Hello, friends. Welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Chandrakant, and today we have a very interesting case to discuss in legal matters, and that is the recent case of Aryan Khan getting arrested by NCB. And to discuss this matter, I will be joined by my friend from Ahmedabad. He's a very senior advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court. Let's welcome Mr. Jeet Bhatt. Hello, Jeet. How are you doing today? Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me on this show. And it's my honor to be here on legal matters, on discussing various important legal topics. Thank you for having me.
Yes, most welcome, Jeet. In fact, viewers, we are live right now across all social media platforms. So if you have any question or observation during the show, you can actually ask questions from us and from our guest related to this particular subject matter. So without further ado, Jeet, Aryan Khan arrest has gathered a lot of media attention and also political attention. And so before we proceed further, I start giving my opinion. I think it is, appropriate. You being a lawyer gives the opinion. What really transpired? On what grounds Aryan Khan has been arrested, and why he has not been given bail? I think these are very important questions that you can answer. Over to you, Jeet.
Yes, Chandrakant, absolutely. You are right. It has gathered a lot of media attention. And for a matter of fact, that he is the son of Shah Rukh Khan. Obviously, it is going to gather a lot of media attention. And so it's very interesting how this came into light, because on 2nd of October 2021, Cordelia cruise, which was on Mumbai coast, wherein a rave party was organized, and where Aryan Khan was also invited with his friends. And the NCB got a tip off, that is the Narcotic Controls Bureau, got a tip off that there is a rave party and drugs are going to be consumed in that party, and therefore they disguised themselves as guests and entered into this cruise ship. And thereafter, in front of NCB, this rave party was going on, where they busted this party, and they also got to know that drugs were being consumed by these guests who were invited, amongst whom was also Aryan Khan, the son of Shah Rukh Khan. And they arrested and seized the material, the contraband that was involved in the rave party. And that is how the name of Shah Rukh Khan's son got involved into this NCB case, which is registered. And he was arrested on 2nd of October, when this rave party was busted by the NCB, Narcotic Controls of Bureau, which found the contraband drugs in the cruise ship. So that is how it came into light, and it has been out of proportion what we are seeing in news channels every day. So that is how it got busted.
Yes, Jeet. In fact, it is quite interesting that there is so much of support for Aryan Khan, and people want him to get out, even if there was a normal person not related to any superstar, he would have relinquished without any pity on him for years together if they are caught with even 1 gram of a contraband substance with them. So I think it is for you to clarify why it is important. In fact, we have already in our previous shows we have covered the legal aspects around this. But I think since this is a fresh case, you can throw some light on why Aryan Khan is not getting bail. Over to you.
Yes, Chandrakant, as you rightly mentioned, we have discussed NDPS Act in our previous legal matters shows. And I think it was during the first lectures which we started on legal matters. that we had discussed this NDPS, and it's been a year. So it's almost a year that we have been discussing on a lot of legal subjects. And we started with NDPS when Riya Chakraborty and Sushant Singh case was being highlighted on media. And now again, we are back to the same act, that is the NDPS Act, discussing on another personality, that is Aryan Khan, son of Shah Rukh Khan. So what has happened is, yes, you are right. If it would have been any other person, he would have already been out on bail. Because if the quantity that you see, which is being discussed on media, if that was found, if even assuming, because Aryan Khan says that he was not found in possession of any contraband, whereas his friend, that is Mr. Merchant, was found with having 5 to 6 grams of charas, and that does not come within the quantity of commercial quantity under the NDPS Act. And if it is not commercial quantity, then obviously the non-bailable offenses don't get attracted, and it would amount to a bailable offense where Aryan Khan and his friends would have been out on bail already. But but a matter of fact that why this is being investigated is because the NCB is claiming that there is an international racket and some WhatsApp chats which have been recovered. And also, for a matter of fact, that they have busted this rave party where a lot of big personalities, children are involved, that they want to investigate, and they sought for the custody of Aryan Khan along with other members of the party, claiming that they want to investigate in order to find out material against them so that a watertight case can be investigated. And they say that they have found some chats which link Aryan Khan and also his friends to international racket, where they say that there have been material found on their WhatsApp chat history that link them to other persons who are involved in international racketing. And there are chats of various natures. But so that is why this case has been investigated, and the custody of Aryan Khan was handed over to the NCB for a period of initially for a period of 7 days, and then his bail application was heard, and now his bail application has already been heard, and it has been kept for orders on 20th of October, wherein most likely his bail application is going to be decided whether he is going to be granted bail or not. So that is how his case has landed up initially for custody, and thereafter his bail application is heard. But you are right. If any other person would have been involved, he would have already been out on bail, because the quantity is not commercial. It is in at best a personal consumption, which would amount to a bailable offense, and he would have been out on bail.
Keith, you mentioned about WhatsApp chats, and usually people discuss a lot of personal matters on WhatsApp chats with friends and family. And if the WhatsApp chats are being used as evidence, what is I mean, what is the privacy? I mean, is there a infringement of privacy of people? Because in this case, given the fact that he could be discussing some deals on WhatsApp, but uh, is it coming under the legal preview of as an evidence into such matters?
Yes, Chandrakant. So you are raising some very important questions about the constitutional as well as criminal law, because the Constitution provides for fundamental rights wherein every accused is entitled to have a right to remain silent and to not implicate himself, because he cannot be a witness in his own case. That is a most important fundamental right that the Constitution provides to every citizen of this country. And therefore, if a WhatsApp chat from a mobile phone recovered from the accused is used as an evidence against himself, would violate his constitutional right of the protection that the Constitution prescribes under Article 20, Clause 3, that is not to be used as a witness in his own case. So here, what the prosecution, that the NCB is trying to do, is to use the WhatsApp chats as a evidence which is procured from the mobile phone of the accused himself. So in my understanding of the Constitution, And if you see, the same provision also applies in American Constitution, which also prescribes for a similar right under the Fourth Amendment to the American Constitution, which also prescribes that a accused cannot be compelled to be a witness in his own case. And without proper search warrant, the evidence used from his own premises cannot be used against him. And the evidence, if at all is used, would be inadmissible in evidence. The same principle should also be applied in Indian context now, when the Supreme Court has rightly held the right to privacy to be a part of fundamental right of every citizen of this country. So therefore, applying the same principle, and there are case laws in American jurisprudence where the Supreme Court of the USA has held that the evidence procured from the mobile phone of the accused cannot be used in evidence if the same principle based on the same fundamental right that the American citizens have in the context of same fundamental right that Article 20, Clause 3 provides to Indian citizens. The WhatsApp chat, if it all is being used against the accused, it cannot be permitted to be admissible in evidence, irrespective of what they say. Because though what was argued in his case by senior advocate Mr. Desai was that the lingo used by the youngsters in this case is being misunderstood. So I don't know what exactly the terminology was used. But if I take the legal principle that whether at all whatever lingo may have been used can be taken as admissible evidence, then the principle of Article 20, Clause 3, reading with the interpretation given by the US Constitution, cannot make it an admissible evidence in court of law. So that because it violates the right to privacy and it also violates the fundamental right to remain silent and not to uh, uh, use the compel a witness to be a witness in his own case. So therefore, these two principles applying in Indian context also would render the evidence inadmissible. So that is what the point that I'm trying to make is that this is a violation of right to privacy.
Well, I think this is the legal standpoint. However, the under trial is still behind bars, has been sent to custody, and at the same time, uh, where in a country where the bail is a norm and jail is the exception, what is your opinion on what is going on? There is something which is not being reported, and therefore bail has not been granted? There is something more that meets the eye. What could be going wrong? Because I think the courts cannot go wrong on this because they also know the law. So, from your point of view, what could be going wrong in this case?
Well, yes, you are right. So basic norm is bail as a rule and jail as an exception, and that is what the Supreme Court has held is since long in a number of matters. But there are some exceptions with regards to some special enactments, like the NDPS Act, which does not have a provision of anticipatory bail, and also which has stringent provisions. So, considering the acts which have been invoked in the present case and what the NCB is arguing, that Section 27 applies, which is a non-bailable offense, though it's a non-bailable in the sense that the police cannot grant them bail. Otherwise, with the quantity of the drugs which are even assumed has been consumed, that is 5 to 6 grams of charas, would amount to personal consumption and would be a bailable offense under the NDPS Act. But Section 27, if is invoked, amounts to conspiracy, which would render it an non-bailable offense. But the fact that these, considering the facts which are brought in the public notice, this doesn't seem to be a conspiracy of any sorts, because he was invited in the cruise ship to be a part of the member of the party that was going on. And if he was a part of party and assuming that some drugs were being consumed, he would not be an accomplice to the conspiracy that what is trying to be uh, brought in force by the prosecution, that is the NCB. Because being a part of conspiracy is being a part of a crime, and there has to be involved a meeting of minds, and that the prosecution has to prove that there was meeting of minds in order to commit a crime. That doesn't seem to be so, because there's a saying in law that men would always lie, but circumstances do not lie. And in this case, it doesn't appear that the circumstances show that he was a part of conspiracy. And therefore, Section 27, though the prosecution is trying hard to invoke, but what it appears is that Section 27 would not apply, and therefore he should be enlarged on bail, and he's already been in custody for around 10 days, or more than 10 days. And on 20th, his bail application is going to be decided. But certainly, because of the provisions of NDPS Act being such a serious offense, and Section 27 rendering it a non-bailable offense, this matter is stretched to such a point that he had to remain in judicial custody for a period of 10 days or more. So that is how the prosecution or the NCP is trying their best to earth out an international racket. So certainly, I must say that they have done a wonderful job in order to, because this is a menace in the society. Drugs should not be used, especially by the young generation of this country. And person like Aryan Khan, who are son of a celebrity like Shah Rukh Khan, obviously most must stay away from drugs, and must not even remotely be associated with drugs. So therefore, in case if they worked out such a rave party, NCB has certainly done a wonderful job in coming out with this prosecution case. But in order to find out an international racket or a conspiracy, I think they are stretching it much more than what it appears to be.
Before I move on to my last question, there is a question from a viewer, and the viewer name is Edified Learning. Viewer has joined in from YouTube, and this viewer is asking, "What do you think the fate of Aryan Khan will plea, and what will be the implication?" Uh, Essentially, this viewer is asking whether he'll be released the merit or he'll go to jail on 20th. What is your opinion?
It's always difficult to judge the or predict the outcome of an application of bail, but considering the facts which are available on the media, I think he will be granted bail, because he's a young 22, 23-year-old celebrity's son. And considering the amount of uh, uh, drugs which was consumed by him, and considering that he is not a part of any international racket in order to sell commercial quantity of drug, I think he should be granted bail, because he's already learned his lesson. And otherwise, also there is a provision in NDPS that if you are found with possession of drug which is for personal consumption, and even if you admit that you consumed it for your personal for your own self, then the offense can be commuted and you can be released. Even of you can be discharged of the entire criminal trial. So considering these aspects of NDPS Act, I think he should be granted bail. And the implications, of course, uh, uh, are harsh, because a 23-year-old celebrity's son had to remain in judicial and police custody for a period of around 13 to 14 days. Obviously, it's going to have some impact. But the good point that one must take from this is that the police is not going to get anyone scot-free of an offense of under the NDPS Act, and therefore nobody should consume drugs. And that message must go to the society loud and clear, irrespective of who you are, whose son you are. The NDPS and the NCB is not going to let you scot-free. So that message is very important for the society.
Absolutely, I think this message is very important, and I think this brings me to the last question. And I know this is outside your your knowledge base, but let me ask you as a citizen, since you're also a citizen and you can respond what you feel about this last question. And this is about the politics around it. That is the political parties are going out of the way and releasing the uh, addresses and proofs of witnesses to through Twitter and through social media platform. Is it right? And if it is not right, what should be done to prevent such a thing? Because witnesses now living in threat of for their life because of this drugs and high profile people involved in this. What is your opinion on my last question?
Uh, yes, Chandrakant. In fact, you are raising very important questions with regards to also media trial and the fact that the matter is sub judice, the matter is under investigation. Also, one must not forget, and every citizen must know this, that every accused, that's a principle, that's a cardinal law of criminal justice system in this country, that every accused is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. And this, not just the court, it is not just for the courts and the lawyers, it is for every citizen to remember that one must not jump to conclusion that a person must have committed an offense only because he is charged of that offense. It is for the prosecution to prove, and till then, every citizen is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty by our legal system. So therefore, don't jump to conclusion. The politicians also, any comment being made which affects the trial should be, of course, averted and not be used or misdirected. And also, media trial should not run to such a nature that they must convict him or they must hold him guilty before even the prosecution has tried to prove its case. So this is very important. They must not come out with the names of witnesses because it would obviously hamper the investigation and also the trial. And therefore, such comments should not be used in public platforms.
I think we had a very fruitful discussion today, and our viewers would have learned a lot of things about this particular case. This is in glaring eyes of everyone because of the media involvement in this case. So, thank you so much for giving your inputs today. And viewers, I'd like to thank you also for engaging with us, and please keep sending your messages, and we feel very proud that you are watching us and you are engaging with us. So, Jeet, thank you so much, and we will catch up next week, same time, in the legal matters.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me on this show.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Akul Mac Live. I'm Chandrakant, and today we have a very vital point to discuss, which is about the migration. Ever since the life was born on this planet, we have been migrating, including humans. We have a history of migration. To discuss this, I will be joined by a very distinguished guest. Before we welcome the guest, I want to tell you that we are live across all social media platforms. Use the chat function to communicate with us. If you have any question during the show, your name and your question will displayed on the screen directly, and we will actually answer your question. So let me invite the guest. His name is Mr. Kevin Cottam, and he is the CEO of Go Nomading PT Limited, joining us from Singapore. Let's welcome him.
Kevin. Wow, that was quite the welcome. Thank Thank you so much, Chandra. It's great to be back with you, and I'm looking forward to another great session with you.
Absolutely, Kevin. In fact, I have given a little bit of hints to the viewers about the subject of today's discussion, and it's about migration. So, we have been migrating, all life forms migrate, including humans. So, the question that I want to ask you to begin with is the difference between what happens with the migration related to humans. I think more so about the migratory animals are called nomads. So why nomads migrate, and how this help individuals in the group in the current climate, especially when the borders are shut in many places. That's really the question. The overall bigger question is why the migration help human beings, and now especially the borders are shut. What are we going to do now?
Yeah, I mean, I think that what's very interesting about that is that you asked the question, why did nomads migrate? And so one of the things when I was doing my research for the nomadic mindset, never set up for too long, I interviewed a fellow by the name of Roman Simonel, and he is a specialist and anthropologist and specialist in Berber culture. And I asked him that question, and he said to follow the rain. So this is a really interesting question, to follow the rain. So then what does this mean? And it means for them is that they look for where is the rain, the real rain, but they're looking for where that is in the world. And so remember that rain is also, it doesn't have any borders. It just rains wherever it will. So I think the thing here is that for today is that when we talk about following the rain, which is a migration, why do they migrate? They migrate, A, for a better life. Two, people would migrate because of moving away from any sort of disaster or wars or inflictions around disease, etc. People migrate. They migrate not because they want to migrate, it's because of survival. And that is what we have been doing, talk about the borders being closed and whichever. But that is a challenge. But we're going to see much more migration coming up and again because there's many more droughts in Afghanistan and Syria and Lebanon. And then you have the trouble in Afghanistan and people are migrating away. Why? For safety, for their lives, to make a better life. So what happens with the COVID? The COVID, again, is about migration of ideas, migration of thoughts. When you think about digitization, and that's really what has been a huge, massive shift in the digital transformation period that we're in, and you've been sharing a lot about that, is that they use the word migration for migrating data from here to here, from migration from information to an app. And migration everywhere is in digitization. So the word migration has really been used in so many different ways. And also, what do we do with borders? Is that we need to get out of the borders of our mind, for first thing, because the borders are limiting in today, and we have to challenge ourselves. But we have to find the migration within our organizations. Migrations of people from one place to the next, migration of people from position to position, migration of thought to another thought, migration of ideas, and that's all. Animals they migrate for two reasons. One, seasonally. So what is your season in your organization? What is the migration? And they do that so that they can survive. So that one area of survival is that their economy, their grass, for example, the animals, has gone. So they need to go somewhere where it's more flourishing. It's the same thing within organizations. They have seen their economy drop because a lot of people were not future ready. They've been talking about for the last 10 years. And we need to migrate fast. So that means migrating in the mind, migrating with people, with borders. And this is about getting borders away from the mind, the physical borders, so that people can survive. So hopefully that has shared with you a little bit about that question, answer long maybe, but it gets you around.
I think you have explained quite nicely that we migrate because we want safety, security, resources, new jobs, maybe bring up a new family. So there are multiple reasons for migration. But when it comes to the current context of today's environment? You mentioned Afghanistan and droughts and rains and forest fires. Uh, what is the meaning of migration for leadership and organizations in today's environment?
Yeah. A lot of often the word within an organization is called mobility. Is migration is equal to mobility. So in other words, what are in leadership? How am I shifting to new ideas, new processes, new ecosystems, interconnecting and how are we becoming more mobilizing ourselves in more digitization? All of these things are about leadership. How are you going to lead? And your leadership, you need to have a wide vision. You need to think like a nomad. You need to think like survival. You need to think. So before thriving, you need to survive. And so that is one of the ways forward, or is this expansion in your mind. And your expansion will then start to flourish within your organization because you are now giving movement to the organization. So in other words, one of the things in leadership is understanding that migration, mobility, everything within an organization is moving. It is a moving part. It feels like, oh no, we're stuck, we're stagnant, but it's still moving. There's always movement. It's just that we need to find what is the next stage. And be able to do that, you need to go nomading in your mind. You need to start finding all sorts of ideas and creativity and possibilities and unlimiting devices and resources. And you need to allow your people to also go nomading as well, so that they can migrate and to find new ideas and thoughts and work in teams, so that those teams are harmonious, but they're working in an interconnected space with other parts of the organization. One of the things that nomads know is that in migration, we need to understand interconnectivity. So in migration, within an organization and leadership, what will happen is a leader, an elder or chief, will send out his strongest and his most astute warriors to find out what are the trends, where is the safe area, what is going to be the next place for us to land. And that can be a metaphor all the way across an organization. And then the warriors come back, the smart, the clever, intelligent ones, the strong ones, and they come back and they give their information. And then the leader makes a decision. But then he leads the community. The community has to mobilize with them. And that is about trust and respect. So there's a variety of elements that go into migration. Leaders today need to trust. They need to gain respect more than what they're doing. They also understand their communities within their organization, communities external and their clients. How do we interconnect? Not connect, interconnect. That is the word today. Connection is just too limiting. Interconnection is everything.
So having understood that the leaders and the organization require migration and they have to adapt the new ways of migrating, whether mentally or physically, what is the relationship between migration and growth of the organization and learning of people? Is there a correlation there from your point of view?
If you are migrating, you are developing, you are growing, you are allowing movement to happen. You're allowing teams to be more agile. You're allowing innovation to happen. You're allowing all of these things. And that is allowing the migration and the growth within the organization. But it has to have a plan. It has to be led. And it has to be led by somebody that is not going to be egocentric and say, it's my way or the highway. No, there are many people today within an organization that can share information so that you can migrate, you can be agile, you can adapt much faster. So cutting away a lot of the too much processes and too many factors in organization. You need to limit and you need to simplify everything so that there is more decisions made quicker. And that is mobility. That is migration. So for example, in the wild, the animals, the season changes. The animals don't spend a lot of time thinking about it. They move. The nomadic cultures, when they set out to move to new pastures with their animals, they decide and then they move, but they don't slow down, but they gather the information. So gathering the information in an organization, gathering the new process, gathering the trends, and seeing how do you fit into that will really, really help you to be more mobile. But your people, allowing them to be mobile within. And I say mobile, migrate their thoughts or ideas or physical movement, etc. So yeah, does that help?
Yeah, I think certainly it gave a lot of information to me and to the viewers also. And Kevin, I came to know that you are also participating in an upcoming global coaching conclave, which is happening soon. Would you like to share some information about this event, where it is happening, who's organizing, what is this all about? It will be really helpful to for our viewers.
Absolutely. It's going to be really a fantastic event, which is on September 25th and 26th. The coaching conclave is a baby of Gaurav Arora of ex-monks. And of course, it's out of India, and it's like yourself. And so it's really moving forward very, very fast. There's going to be quite a few speakers. It's really going to be an area and a theme of nothingness to expansion. So thinking about coaching and what is coaching is that it's taking you on a journey from shunya to expansion. And of course, you probably know the word shunya. And so it's taking you from a nothingness of spirit and whichever to an expansion. Again, that is migration. And so the consequence here, the two of them are completely interconnected, is that we, at this event, it'll be fantastic. So it's going to be, of course, virtual and it's global. And you can also, there's a link that I believe that I gave you so that you can share with the public to come and enjoy. I am speaking on September 26th. I don't know the time yet.
Dear viewers, actually link is in the description below. So if you go down, you can access the link and you can probably subscribe or join. But this is very exciting, Kevin. I think this is going to be very interesting event, and you're going to talk there. So it's also very exciting to learn. Are you at liberty to share some information which you intend to cover over there, or you just want to?
Sure.
Okay, cool.
Happy to share. My topic and the title of my topic is The Nomadic Mindset for Masterful Coaching. So I'm looking at the nomadic mindset as a process, as a way of coaching. And so I will be introducing for the first time some of the navigational assets, which I will call them, to become a masterful coach. And it'll all be derived and designed from my work and my research around the nomadic mindset and my studies. And also it will be about migration, because coaching is about migrating people from a blocked place to an open place so that they can then make decisions. So it works very, very nicely in with the theme. However, I will share with people who are internal coaches or external coaches or leaders, whoever, that will find some real meaning in the understanding of what is the nomadic mindset. Of recent, I did a talk also out of India, which was wonderful. And that was for the Global Sustainability Development Summit. And what I've realized in many ways is the nomadic mindset is a mindset of sustainability. And that goes back again to what is the premise of what is the nomadic mindset. And the essence is movement. And that's exactly what we've been talking about today with migration. That is the essence of the coaching. And how do we coach this beautiful, beautiful process and taking it through. So I will be sharing a variety of navigational assets and exactly what it's about.
Wow, I think this is going to be very interesting. Viewers, I think you can reserve your seat today because understanding the correlation between coaching and migration is going to be ultimate learning for all of us. Now, I think this brings me to the last question, which is about proper coaching. How does it benefit the organizations of today's world?
Coaching. I mean, since COVID has happened, it's like everyone is a coach. And so there's been such a growth in coaching. Some of it's not necessarily what I would say is actual coaching and the derivation of coaching, and a lot of it is consulting. And so coaching is one of the prime processes, I would suggest, in helping leaders move, helping leaders see, helping leaders to be able to be much more migrational in their thinking and their decisions. It helps them to go expansive. You see, one of the things that I realized in with my coaching is that of recent, because of COVID, many people have said to me, and many of my leaders that have come to me, and they said, I don't have time to reflect. And I said, well, this is something that's very important. And I say, what happens if you as a leader, if you don't reflect? And they say, it could go a lot of bad ways because I need to sit with myself to really open up. So I suggest that the coaching then is actually a reflection. Is there time to reflect? And it is really a beautiful reflection because it's about migration and it's about movement and it's about expansion. So the coaching helps organizations phenomenally. There are statistics, I don't have them off the top of my head, but it certainly is one of those places that is really wonderful. So today, in actual fact, there's a lot of face-to-face or person-to-person, often digital, and also team coaching. Team coaching seems to be the rave at the moment. And so a lot of people are getting to that because of perhaps COVID, because of expenses, but also team. And why I believe that is because we need to coach the community. And that's what I call a team, is a community. It is a clan. It's not necessarily a tribe, because a tribe, in actual fact, is a very large number of people. But a clan, a team, is often small. And so under 50 people. And that's usually what a clan is. So anyway, but I suggest it's called the community. And so yeah, I think there's just an amazing amount of possibilities within organizations. I love working in organizations, and I also love working simply with people, because it's about humanity that is my quest, is how can we pull the potential and stardom out of people. From my early days, Chandra, as a coach, as a figure skating coach and choreographer, I always had to look and expand and to be able to understand the human in front of me. And how can I pull out the best creativity? How can I build the best athleticism, the best minds, the best athleticism out of them? And that has led over into my coaching. And I think that that's one of the things. It's about, again, that's movement, right? And so that is what we do in coaching in organizations, and it's big time.
I think developing the nomadic mindset is the most higher form of coaching. I think every individual needs this kind of coaching today, especially when we are passing through a bad phase. Humanity is passing through some of the worst years of recorded history. So to get the nomadic mindset is the ultimate goal. It should be ultimate goal. I think viewers, you can reach out to Kevin directly or join the conclave, which is happening just in few days. Kevin, thank you so much for basically finding time and very briefly covering these subjects. I know these are very, very vast subjects, cannot be covered in 15-20 minutes, but thank you so much for coming over.
It's always a great pleasure to be with you, Chandra. Thank you so much.
friends, this is Chandrakant from Akul Mac and welcome to Multiverse. Today topic of discussion is about our future. So is the future already written? Do we have a possibility of changing our future? As people say, hey, future is something which nobody has seen and it is what you make of it. But this is exactly what we want to talk about. And not in a philosophical way, but with facts and with scientific knowledge that I have. So with this, let me start my discussion and tell you what is the future and has that been written already? That means you don't have control on your future at all. So let's say before we go there, let's start discussing about what is the present. So if we know our present, then it will be a lot easier to understand the future. So our present is basically our view or vision of our past that we see, which is brought in by light. So that means the light brings the information to us, and that becomes our future. In other words, it's an image of past or distant past as we see currently, and that is the future. So that is the present. So this is what the whole definition of present is. That means we are always looking in the past. And why? Because the events which are brought in by light will inform us, which is light has a finite speed. So the information about past will also reach it at a finite pace. So when the light brings the information to us, which is the fastest thing in the universe, then we start knowing the past in the present. So this is how the information of present is. That means from present location, we can always look at the past. Just to throw some examples, if you look at sun, it is the sun as it was 8 minutes back, because the light takes about 8 minutes to reach Earth. So that means we are not looking at the present situation of sun. We are looking at sun as it was 8 minutes back. So this is the just to prove a point, I'm just making this argument where I'm trying to explain. In present, we're always looking at the past, and the past is the information brought in by the light to us, and hence we are able to see the past. So in other words, past is something that we cannot change. The events that have occurred in the past have already happened. There is no way to change those events, and we just see them as they have happened some time back, because the light informs us about those events, and we record them in present. So to explain how future will work for us using the same principle, I want to draw your attention to uh, how light will then start determining the future events which will occur in the future. So let's say if Earth is present at this location, and the observable universe, observable that we can observe at any point in time, is a cone of the space time that we can see. So this becomes our reality, and this is all we can see, because the light is bringing information at a 45-degree angle to us, and that is the maximum line of sight we have. If there is something which is outside of this 45-degree triangle, the light will not have enough time to reach us. Hence, we do not know if there are objects or things in that part of the universe, even though as you can see in this diagram, that the even the next door neighbor, we are not able to see, because the light has not reached us yet from these points. So we always look in the past in a triangular fashion, and that we call as an observable universe. Whatever events are occurring in that triangle is our present and past, and that is what we call reality. Without even knowing that there is next door, there is another object which exists next to us on the same timeline as present, because universe is a very vast object, and it started expanding and things are moving. So hypothetically, if we say that if
on the present timeline, there are multiple objects, but we cannot see them in present. We probably will see them in our future as our past. As I explained to you, that light has not got enough time to reach us. We will probably be able to see these objects which are nearby when Earth moves ahead in time, and then light will reach us in our future, and we see their present as our past. So this is how the universe functions. This is how the future will be also known to us. That means whatever we are seeing is always events which have already occurred. Now let us understand. Uh, let us increase the complexity of this diagram, and let's add another planet, which is out of our vision. We have no knowledge that this planet exists, and it has the same timeline, but we don't know whether this planet exists. It's very far off from our current location, but it is at the same timeline. That means it is at the present level. And this planet has the same scenario where they have their own observable universe, which they can see, but they cannot see Earth. They are seeing the events which have occurred in the part of the universe which they can see, which the information has been brought to them by light. Now, as you can see in this diagram, that at some point in the past, the two triangles interject each other. So, which actually means that the 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 past, distant past for Earth as well as for Planet One is probably the same thing. That means the light from these part of the distant past has reached both Earth and planet. That means Planet One and Earth has a common history in the distant part. But the immediate past is not known. They have a distinct immediate past because light from this area of universe does not reach Earth. Similarly, light from this area of universe does not reach Planet One. So, at some point in time, this light will reach Earth, but we will always see Planet One as it existed in our past, not at the present level. So this is the scenario if we talk about two different areas in the universe, and how time is, and the information that we see brought in by light is playing or defining how we will see present and past. Now let's complicate the matter a little bit further, and let's imagine an object which is existing in our future. That means an object which is ahead of us in the timeline, which is Planet 2. So the Planet 2 is moving faster, and it has reached to a part of universe which interject both timelines of Earth as well as Planet 1. That means from Planet 2, if there are human beings or some intelligent being which are able to see in their present, they are seeing the past, and in their past they see both Planet Earth and Planet 1 and the events which have happened in this part of the universe. So you see their observable universe is much larger than the Earth and the planet, because they have obviously spent more time in the universe. They have got time to travel further ahead. And now this is where the problem starts. See, whatever our present is the past of Planet 2. That means the timelines of Planet 2 are interjected with Earth as well as with Planet 1. So whatever events are now occurring in our present is for Planet 2 has already happened. So the whole point is that our events which are happening have already occurred on Planet 2. They are seen as their past. And as you know, friends, that universe follow the law of conservation of information. That means if there is one event, there cannot be two different type of event. The event information will remain the same from whichever part of universe you see them. So how it is possible that for planet Earth, the present is somebody else's past, And for their point of view, the events which are occurring now on Earth or on planet 1 or any of this part of universe has already happened, and they see this as a past. Let's complicate the matter even further. Let's imagine a hypothetical planet which is in a distant future, where a planet which has got time to travel further, they spend more time. And as you can see, the planet 3, as far as we are concerned, exists in our distant future. And all the events which have occurred in distant future, as well as near future, as well as past or distant past, are all part of history of planet 3. So if that is the reality, that means whatever events will now happen for us have already happened, and those events are being shown as past for planet 3. So now we are bringing the complexity to even higher level. That means the planet 3 and planet 2 have a common history, and for them we are a past. We are in past. That means whatever events which will now happen from our present to future for planet 2 and planet 3 have already happened. That means we just have to simply live those moments. They're already happened. They've already written. And this is what I wanted to bring to you today in terms of opening the subject a little bit more, where uh, as we say that there is no distinction between past, present, and future. All events are already predetermined, and we just have to go and live those moments. That means we don't have a free will. As we say that there is a free will, but there is actually no free will, where the events have already happened. We just have to live it and think that this is our past. But for some other beings, some other civilization, they may be seeing us as their past. That means all the events which will occur in our future, for them, they have already happened, they have recorded it. And as the law of the universe says that the event cannot have two outcomes. That means whatever event will happen for planet 2 and planet 3 are the same events which we will experience in our future, but those are the same moments which are recorded, and they cannot have, these events cannot have two different outcomes. That means we cannot change our future because it's already written somebody else's in the somebody else's past. So I know, friends, this is a little bit mind-boggling and thought-provoking subject, but I wanted to bring this to you, maybe to initiate a discussion. So I will be more interested in knowing your comments, and if you have any questions or any suggestions, we will take that up in the next episode of Multiverse. Until then, bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Akul Mike Live and I am Chandrakant. Recently, G7 concluded their summit in London, and one of the major agenda on the table was climate change. Climate change has been such a chronic issue. The entire population of the world, 8 billion of us, are affected by the climate change, and not to talk about the billions of animals and other wildlife which are also affected by the climate change. What we can do to control situation around us as an enterprise and as an SME, as individual citizen of the world. To discuss this matter, we have a very interesting personality joining us in the studios. So friends, stick around to this very interesting discussion. I will catch you in a minute. Welcome back, friends. And as you know, that the climate has become very important, and to discuss about what policies the corporates and enterprises must have in order to control climate in their own ecosystem, we have a very interesting personality. His name is Mike Bradley. He's joining us from UK. So, without further ado, let me welcome Mike to our show.
Good afternoon, Chandra. How are you?
I'm good, Mike, and I always envy your background and the beaches and the environment friendly pictures that you have in your background. It's really nice.
It is a very pleasant area we've got here. I recommend when we have our tourism trades opening up again. This is the Goa of England.
Look forward, Mike. So I think the topic of our discussion is how do we handle the environment concerns, especially when it comes to enterprises and corporates. So we'd like to know from you, what are the things that enterprises must do in order to control the environment around their own ecosystem?
Yeah, well, I think this is very interesting. I was on a session yesterday morning where there was a professor of a university who had come up with a very complex model, as all professors do, because that's what they get paid on. They came up with an interesting, comprehensive, but very complicated model as to how companies can become or get towards net zero. And that got me thinking that actually, we must, with this subject, we have to start by not trying to boil the ocean. And it doesn't matter what organization you are or what you are as an individual. What you can't do is try and solve the global crisis yourself. The only thing you have control over is what your organization or your household can actually achieve. So if you are a householder and you leave all the lights on in your house, you're not helping the environment. So the first thing you could do in a household is you could walk through and have a best practice, which is when I leave the room, I'll switch the light off, for example. So within the corporate space, I think I think there's two aspects to this. But within the corporate space, what we have to do is the 80-20 rule. Okay, you can either try and drive for 100% net zero and spend the next 30 years trying to achieve it, or you could take the 80-20 rule, which says, let's identify the 3 things we could change that would have the most positive impact on our environmental footprint. And I think if all organizations looked at that is far more impressive than having a 100-page policy around carbon change. It's far more effective because actually, if you focus on those 3 items, which maybe are, let's say, 80-20 rule, 80% of your carbon footprint is generated by these 3 items, you'll have a major positive impact on your carbon footprint. So I think it's find those 3 things within your organization that can actually make a difference. So it doesn't matter what size you are. Maybe like say, if it's an SME and they got a business, it's switching the lights off if that's a big thing. It's turning the power off when something's not in use. Recycling the plastic bottles properly. If it's a larger organization, maybe it's more efficient way of having your staff working. So, for example, if you are a white collar based business in the tech sector, do you honestly need to bring your staff into the office every day to do their job? And if the answer to that question is no, honestly, then maybe a remote working policy is the biggest single change you can make that would reduce your company footprint on the planet.
I
So
think
those are my initial teaser thoughts for you, Chandra. What do you think?
Well, I think, Mike, these are very profound words that you've said. And I think every guru like yourself is saying that almost 50 to 60% of the workforce will actually get into contractual kind of workforce, and they will work from home or work from cafeteria or work from anywhere, but not from the office. And those kind of work will get outsourced. And I think you're talking about how do we control the environment around us. So I will tell you that the government of India has already banned few things for all individuals, and that may be very relevant to bring it here for information to be passed to global viewers here. Number one is that across India, it is not allowed. India does not allow citizens to build bore wells and draw water out from earth. So there are very few places where you can draw water out of earth. Otherwise, it is always a piped water. India is a large country with a lot of rain, but in spite of that, the water table has receded, and the government has taken a very stiff measure not to allow any bore wells across India. There may be few exceptions here and there, but by and large, almost 99% bore well does not work here, or does we don't depend on bore well. Number two is the electricity. So what is happening here is that 25% of the electricity is coming from the electric farms which are being installed right now, and this is a recent development where the goal of the government is not to depend on hydro or thermal and gradually transition to solar. Why solar? Because there is so much sun here and it is all going waste, and a lot of open land where nobody lives. So those are the places where huge solar farms are being built, and consequently new businesses have also emerged. Tesla of Elon Musk has already shifted their giga factory to India, where they are going to do not only build the batteries for vehicles, but also do R&D so that the range of the vehicles can be increased. So a lot of R&D is being done in India, where the extender of the electric life in battery can be implemented globally. And number 3 point I like to make here is the goal for India to become all electric vehicle country by 2030 is the goal that has been set. So already there are many car manufacturers in India, because personal cars are one of the biggest contributor of pollution into the environment. So because of this, I already see a lot of two-wheelers going around with no sound, no noise pollution at all. Quietly they'll be going around, and I know at least 300 to 400 car manufacturers are already there and building their products, selling it online like any other merchandise. And I think the goal is that gradually all the large SUVs and all existing cars will be transitioned with the same body and chassis into electric cars. So I think that is a very aggressive goal that India has set up. These 3 things I wanted to bring in order to bring the environment, since we're talking about environment, these are the things.
Conversation. Yeah, it's interesting. You see, one of the other, and you already mentioned, Tesla is adopting this approach, but I think, again, large multinationals need to examine the top 3. It's fine for Tesla to say they're going to produce this factory, but what is their carbon footprint in terms of bringing people into their office every day? So there's 2 aspects to this. There's how you run your business and the business you do. There's 2 aspects to it. Also, there's massive opportunities coming out of the change. because where there's change, there's opportunities for new entrants. As you say, on the car position, I would suggest that also from the water perspective, I'm sure that there's now a big demand for different ways to generate water across the subcontinent. So that again gives, with the right support, that gives SMEs opportunities. The same with utilizing solar power. You know, if you're going to use solar power, you need teams of local people who can support local businesses to help them adopt these things. So there is actually lots of opportunity for SMEs in that space. So again, there's two aspects. There is one, how you actually use the solar and the power yourself and the energy yourself, and there's also and the environment, and there's also how you can help drive that change. But I think there's another aspect to this, which is it's fine to ban something, okay, but the more effective way, and as I see it, in both the personal and the corporate space, the best way to incentivize people is through the tax system. Because whether it be not many governments at the moment can give discounts on tax. So it's probably better to say that governments should consider charging a premium to companies that don't adopt green policies. They don't adopt their top three. Maybe the largest multinationals or the quoted companies should have to identify these top three. And if they don't identify those top three items that they're going to change, that there's actually going to be a premium of corporation tax for the consumer themselves. Maybe this is around, there's a fair use policy on the amount of electricity you use. And if you've got X number of rooms and X number of people, that translates into a certain amount of energy across the board. And if you use more than that, maybe there's a premium charge. That way, I think people would think, oh, hold on a minute, maybe I should switch this light off when I go out the room. Maybe I should stop doing that. So I think there's the fiscal aspect, there's the personal responsibility aspect, and thirdly, there's the business opportunity aspect.
Well, Mike, there is one more thing I forgot to inform you is about the solar cells. And the solar cells are quite expensive because they're made of rare earth elements, and most of it is coming from China world over. They are the masters of rare earth elements. So what has happened here is that it's heavily subsidized by Indian government. So if you have a plan, if you are an Indian citizen, and if you have a plan to completely rely on solar power, then it is 80% subsidized. You actually end up spending 2 million rupees to put a solar cell on the roof of your house, but it is 80% subsidized. So government is pushing a lot of citizens to go on the solar way and not depend on the grid.
And maybe there's another opportunity there then to actually find a technology which means that India can provide solar cells itself.
I think that is the opportunity because the solar cells are quite expensive, and because they are made of rare earth elements. So maybe there is a new kind of solar cell that is required, which is low in cost, low in distribution for the masses. So
freely available, cheaper raw materials, easier to produce, more readily available, more consumer affordable. There's an opportunity. So maybe this is where Mr. Musk can employ some of his R&D money, is to look for cheaper ways, more efficient ways to produce batteries, to produce solar cells, etc. Of course, you have the benefit on solar compared to us. Well, we have to look more towards wind power and possibly hydro. I don't know, but wind power for sure. These technologies need to be more efficient as well. We need to be driving efficiency, as you say, on the battery side. Battery life is vitally important. Also, that is a great goal of moving to electricity by 2030. But there's got to be two things, in my view. One is there's got to be enough electricity. And we know that most national grids are already struggling to supply the electricity that's currently used. So somehow we've got to generate more in more efficient ways, faster and easier. Secondly, there's the utilization factor. Now, India is a lot larger country than the UK. But I know if I go from the south coast of the UK and I go up to the northeast of the UK in a purely electric car, it won't get there in the 5 hours it takes me now, because it's going to run out of juice. So it's not actually practical. And I would suggest that in India it's even less practical, because you've got vast distances between different cities and places. Obviously, there's aircraft, that maybe it'd be cheaper to fly in terms of environmental impact. It probably is, in fact. Probably cheaper to the environment to fly people, and particularly if that plane was solar cell powered. So there's lots of potential for change. There needs to be, in my view, a lot more investment and support. But the answer isn't purely just to say, well, we're going to hand out taxpayers' dollars to people who do this, because it isn't necessarily practical yet. We need to get the whole supply chain and R&D and product life correct before we can say across the board we're going to do this. However, I'm not saying we should say, oh, well, we can't do it now, therefore we shouldn't do anything. What I'm actually saying is, let's start with the big things in your life that you can change. Be your corporate life, be your household life. What are the big things you can make a change on? Because if we all sought ways to improve the 80% of generous energy we use today, or environmental damage we cause today, chances are we can make a fairly major dent in the damage that we create.
Well, I think there are very few countries or the cultures. I would not call India as a country. I think there are multiple cultures that exist here. And similarly, a country like Switzerland, and there are maybe one or two more countries which are masters in recycling. So the culture here in India, at least I can talk about, and I have actually been to Switzerland many times. They are even better than Indians in terms of recycling. So the Indian population actually recycles everything. Everything is recycled into something, and very little actually goes to waste as a waste or as a harmful material which causes environmental changes. We are animal-loving country. We are about 70-80% are vegetarians. The animals also thrive along with us. So I think, that is why the current form of environmental conservation, which has been promoted by G7, and recently they finished their summit in UK, where India has not really agreed to the G7 proposed climate change policy. Simply because the way they have drafted it is not friendly for the Asian people, in China, Chinese included. Because I think India, even though India and China are the largest population, but they don't talking about Chinese, I think they eat a lot of animals of different types and kinds. But at least Indians, they don't harm the environment as much as American would do. And our waste and the usage of water also is very, very lower than the average American. simply because India has almost like 20% of the world population living in this country, but have only 2% or probably less than 2% fresh water. So you can imagine
Yep.
the scarcity of water here. So already as part of our culture, we actually conserve water.
I think that's right, and I think there is a danger in prescribing the way that the net zero policies are administered. We talked about households, we talked about companies looking at the top 3 things. What 3 things can they change to have the most positive impact? The same is true of countries. Right, and maybe the objective should be, look, what we want to do is reduce our impact, and we can all sign up to that, or should all sign up to that. What we shouldn't do in these multinational, multilateral agreements is say, well, the way we're going to do it is X. Because the top 3 priorities in America won't be the same top priorities as we have in the UK, won't be the same top priorities as you have in India. But the overall goal is to reduce environmental impact. So let's look at, even on a countrywide level, what are the 3 major changes we can make to have the most positive impact on the environment? And let's make those short-term goals, not 2030, not 2050, but actually let's say we have got these top 3 items. Within 5 years, we're going to reduce this.
Well, Mike, I think the environment policy is not the mandatory clause right now for any contract. For example, if you look at the new things which have been added in across the world in all contracts, is the POSCO policy, which is any cruelty towards the youngsters, small children below 18 years. So that policy and that clause is the mandatory clause. And also sexual abuse at the workplace is also a mandatory clause. So I think what you're saying is that in any contract for any corporate or any SME or even startup, I think the environment clause must be made mandatory for all agreements. I think that is where we can start.
I think that's a good idea. I think, again, it needs to be kept simple. The problem is, as soon as you complicate it, particularly the SMEs are going to struggle because it's more red tape, and and if we're not careful, it's another reason that SMEs won't get their fair share of major contracts, because a large organization can have half a dozen lawyers, 3 teams of people spread across the country working on their policy, their climate change policy, and whereas an SME maybe is a team of 5 or 10 people, if that, will then have, oh my goodness, I can't compete in this contract. I've got a great innovation. I can supply this across the globe. However, because I can't tick this box, because I don't have 30 people sitting in the side getting paid lots of money, I can't actually tick that box. So that's where, for me, it would be a better solution to say, you as a company identify these top 3 priorities. You say in your policy to tick that box what those top 3 are, what your current consumption is, what your targeted consumption is, and what you are doing to change it. 3 things. You can fit it on 1 page. It doesn't need, a management consultancy to come up with a 100-page document that has to be updated every week. That will not work. It's not practical, and it's not going to have a big impact, because the largest companies that can do it will actually still find ways to go around it. And probably they won't achieve, well, maybe they will achieve it by 2050. But if they start with their top 3 and aim to achieve it in 5 years' time, and everybody did that, then there'll be real change, and fast.
Well, Mike, we learned many things today in our discussion. I think it's a very vast subject. Many things we did not cover because simply in a few minutes we cannot cover things like water conservation, e-waste. There are other issues. So I think you are making a lot of sense when you say that identify 3 things and incorporate that in your environment policy. And as long
Yep.
as out of a laundry list of 20 items, if you have complied to 3, you are good to go. So I think it's a very good suggestion, and people who are listening to this, can start contributing, enterprises and SMEs, to see how we can help the environment globally.
Yep, absolutely. Sounds like a very good idea. I wish I'd come up with that. I did actually.
You are the person behind the inspiration. So whether you say it explicitly or you just inspire, it's one and the same thing.
Thank you, Chandra. No, that's true. I do think there's a way to do it. Maybe there's a version of the executives eco chair that we should be discussing. How to tease out what those top 3 are.
Absolutely, Mike. It was lovely talking to you, and we will catch up next week again on some.
Look forward.
Sure, Mike. Catch you next time.
Look forward to it, Chandra. And I think I've already got a subject in mind that I think would be quite interesting.
Sure, Mike. Catch you next week, same time, same day.
Look forward to it. Take care, Chandra. Have a good rest of the day.
Hey guys, what's up? I am Chandrakant, and this is Akul Mac Live, and today we will discuss about the unconscious bias and how does it affect our decisions in our business. And to discuss this, I will be joined by my friend, a very distinguished personality from UK, Mr. Naval Gun. So I'll just take a short break and join back along with the guest. Don't go anywhere. Good morning, Neville. Welcome to the show, and we are looking forward to this great discussion today about unconscious bias. How are you doing today?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Unconscious bias. 2 words, my goodness, for a Friday. Bit complicated, you might think, but it's things that we do automatically without even thinking. And we do them automatically because we've experienced them time and time again, and that's what we do. What things do you do automatically, CK, without even thinking about it?
Well, I think there are many things, and within my mind, I'm pretty sure that whatever I'm doing is right, no matter what. Even if my father tells me to do it, I know for sure that this is right and this is wrong. And sometimes if I think now loud with you, that it can be sort of not very flexible nature, because based on my experience, I have sort of hardened on those decisions. So this is what I feel, Naval. I take decisions all the time.
I mean, it's good you take decisions, but as you say, those decisions have been hardened over time because you do them frequently, and the thing about that is if you do something often enough, you forget what you're doing, like brushing your teeth, like making a cup of tea, like getting out of the same side of the bed every morning. We do this automatically. Let me ask you a simple question, CK. Here you go. Here's one for you. Which sock do you put on first?
Well, that's a good question. Now, if you, well, I have to think about it, Neville, because suddenly I'm blank. Nothing is coming to my mind. But I think one thing I'll tell you is that certain situations are sort of hard coded in my brain. Things like sometimes are related to people, sometimes it is related to countries, sometimes it is related to religion, but those things are sort of hard coded within me, and I think some of the decisions are driven from there, and I have no I'm not shying away by admitting that there are some decisions that I take are driven from these biases that I have.
You're absolutely right, CK. And sorry for putting you on the spot again. But when you wake up tomorrow morning, consciously think about which sock you're going to put on first, and then you'll find out. But is that important? No, it's not really. It's irrelevant. You're just putting one sock on after the other. Does it make any difference whether you're putting the left on first or the right on first? Probably not. Frankly, it's just a futile exercise, but it explains exactly what we're talking about here. And you've hit the nail on the head. Biases. Even having a positive bias could be just as negative as having a negative bias if we're not careful. And let's just focus on networking, because this is a huge subject. But let's imagine now we're walking into a networking arena, and there's lots of people in there, and there's someone you've never met before. But you look at them and you think, I don't like that person. You've never met them, but your unconscious bias has taken over. And you will go and avoid talking with that person. And it's as simple as that. Have you ever experienced that in your... I've experienced that in my life, frankly, until I realised what was happening. Have you ever experienced that, or you seen it happen, CK?
Absolutely, Neville. It happens all the time, especially when you're traveling and then you are very cautious. When you're out of your comfort zone, out of your home, and you're traveling somewhere, you're obviously very conscious because you're not aware of the surroundings and you're not very free and you're observing everything. And in that scenario, you will see some people whom you don't like just because you don't like them. So I think there is a bias right away because you just don't like them. That's it. So it happens all the time, Neville.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Just because you don't like them, you've programmed yourself not to like that type of person. And let's look at the consequences of veering away from that type of person. You could miss a really good conversation with someone who's got a huge amount of experience in a place where you want to go as an organization. They may just be that person that is going to make a difference in your world. But you don't know that because your unconscious bias has kicked in and you say, talk to the hand, don't go anywhere near this person. If they come towards you, turn away and go and talk to somebody else. And these are things we do automatically. And just imagine that happens. And this person that could make a fundamental change in your business, you've now just ignored because you don't like them. Now, that's the worst form of unconscious bias. That's really going to limit your capability because, in essence, it's a limiting belief, and you need to push that limiting belief to one side. This has happened to me in the past. I can't remember. I'd have to go back some time to remember the last time it happened, but it definitely happened to me. Now let's look at a different consequence. I'm going to look at the antithesis of it. Okay. So in the first example, we were talking about somebody you look at that you really don't like. There's something just not right about that person, and they fit into this part of, I don't want to talk to them. I don't like them. They're not very nice. Now let's flip the coin. What about the other bias? About a characteristic you see in somebody. So for instance, exactly the same room, and you look across the room, there's someone new there, and they smile at you. And you think, oh, they're smiling at me. That seems like a nice person. Have you ever been there, CK?
Well, Naval, let me share something which is happening very frequently for past 1 year, because a lot of people are now digitally connected. I have a bias. First of all, let me admit that before I start sharing my experience. There is a bias in me. Now, if some guy, some man appreciates my photograph and makes a heart around it, I automatically generates a bias. You know what I'm talking about. So I think to answer your question, I'm giving a real-time scenario which is happening so frequently past 1 year, where people are sending you heart and the other person is supposed to be a man, and there is a bias in me. I immediately shut off on that conversation.
Yeah, it's common. I mean, the thing is, it's you. I'm not going to be able to change you. But like anything else, we have all these Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, any of these platforms now, where you can change the heart emoji to just like, thumbs up, or a gift, or a thank you, or something else. So the platforms have listened to you, CK. But the interesting thing is, not a lot of people know that if they hover over these things, that they can change the emoji. So there's a little bit of an insight. But the thing is, just like the unconscious bias, which is very negative, you've created another unconscious bias, which is incredibly negative, just as negative, by someone smiling at you. Smiling is a universal language, and we all adapt positively to a smile. I mean, that's psychologically proven. When someone smiles at you, you smile back. You're a very rough individual if you don't smile back. You've trained yourself not to smile, which you're a sad person as far as I'm concerned, because we should all smile and laugh. It takes fewer muscles to smile on your face than it does to frown, by the way. There's another throwaway. But we're talking about business now, and you've seen a characteristic in somebody that you like, and you flock to them. And the problem with that is it takes away all of the other characteristics that you're looking for. So just because this person has smiled at you, or they've written an article and you see this person, you think, oh, they wrote a fantastic article. It may not have been them that wrote it. Someone else may have written it for them and they just put their name to it. But the point is, there's something that kicks inside that says, that's a smart person, I want to talk to them. And it could be a complete and utter waste of time. And that's why the unconscious bias in that arena, seeing something really positive out there that you relate to in your past, because that's what bias is. You're relating to something that you've seen before, and the more you see it, the more you relate to it, unless you fight it. And today's program, I suppose, in some respects, is having the mechanisms to fight your unconscious bias, because you could be missing out on opportunities. As we said in the preview to the program, it could be your biggest ally or your biggest enemy. So, biggest ally or biggest enemy, CK? Which one do you think it is with you?
Well, I think it's my biggest enemy, and let me narrate another incident which happens very often. And that is, if you're sitting in a meeting room and you come across a presenter who is starting to give presentation. It's a very normal occurrence. It happens with everybody. It happens with me. And now, since I'm talking to you, I'm opening myself and telling you what I've experienced. So now he'll start from acknowledgement, blah, blah, blah. This is what I am. This is about my company. The A, B, C, D. It goes like a very, very, methodical flow. And for me, it's very boring. My mind is already telling me, hey, I've seen these presentations 1,000 times, maybe 1,000,000 times. Come to the point straight away. So that straight away is a bias. When I think of it, it's a bias. I don't want to listen to his background and his company profile. I'm too eager to jump to what is the context. And that could be a bias within me.
You're absolutely right, CK. And the interesting thing is, as your mind is thinking, get to the point, I've heard this before, you're shutting down. You're not listening to what that person's saying because you're in your brain, there's someone going, boring, oh, get to the point, yawn. And the thing is, I can see you smiling, and the point is, we all do it. It is probably one of the worst things you could do. But we're humans, and we've got unconscious bias. So there are ways we can get around this. We can shut down our unconscious bias by firstly recognizing we have a bias. 100% of what we've got to move to is 95% is being aware of what you actually do. And the other 5% is then easy because you've done the other thing many times before. So if you've got someone out there that is literally giving a presentation and you think you've heard it all before, you can do one of two things. You can switch off completely and go and do something else, or you can listen intently as to, well, even if I've heard it all before, maybe there's a little nugget in here that I wasn't listening to before. Maybe because my brain was saying, boring, heard it all before, not going to learn anything here. If you shut that part of your brain down, and believe you me, it's easy to do when you practice. You can practice it now, you know? I'm going to say boring. And what I want you to do is just to concentrate on not being bored. You ready? Boring, yawn. Said it all before, done this, done that, seen the t-shirt, got the t-shirt, seen the video, cleaning the video. Now, that's all boring stuff, wasn't it? Okay. But if you can actively practice on just listening through it and saying there's going to be something that's going to be important here in a minute, we'll find out what's going on. Now, the interesting thing is, if someone has locked onto that part of this discussion, they may have woken up thinking, what's he on about? What's he saying that for? And that's what we want to be doing. We want to be engaging our thinking brain. And it's as simple as that. We just need to think about what's happening. Have I heard that? Yes. Is it important? Yes, maybe no. Park it. Move on. Keep thinking. We can multitask. Even men can multitask, by the way. It's a myth that men can't multitask. Because in presentations, we do it all the time. We think about what we're going to have for dinner because we're bored, and yet we're still listening because we can't shut our ears off. And it is funny, CK. It is funny, and that's the interesting part about this. You can have fun doing this. Do you remember the days of the bingo card in businesses where there were, 9 sayings or 9 words that someone always says, and then you're actually going to, in a meeting, you're sort of ticking off how many times they've said, this company is futuristic. Oh yeah, another futuristic. We're engaging in our people. Engaging, but that's another one. And we used to play BS bingo, bullshit bingo, we used to call it, because that's what was coming out of the person's mouth. They were just literally repeating something time and time again because they liked the sound of their own voice. And the thing is, that's where we've got to get away from. We've got to actually see people for who they are, not who we think they are. And that's where unconscious bias is going to kick in. So the method of today, the moral of today is, don't think you know it all. Throw your unconscious bias out the door, and in a networking environment, go to someone who perhaps isn't smiling and get a smile on their face. There you go. There's your challenge for the day.
Well, it's easier said than done, Neville, because it's an accumulated thing. It could be valuable sometimes. It may not be relevant. It could be total junk. You don't know, but it is still in your mind. And the way we are calling it today, and the subject is very apt. It is unconscious. Things which you don't know that you're doing. For instance, if you I'm an Indian, I have certain way of lifestyle, and if I go to Thailand and I follow my lifestyle in Thailand or any other country, they may think this lifestyle is not what we are looking at. So similarly, when a person from UK comes to India, they can turn into a complete spectacle. So we are all spectacle if we go to a different culture. All of us can be a spectacle when I go to Thailand, or if I go to US or Brazil, because I think that is something unconscious, and we are just doing it because it's there in our mind. For example, let me give an example. If you're in US, the standard hello is how are you? Right? That's the standard hello. They don't say good morning, hello. They will keep saying how are you, and they don't even wait for you to respond. I mean, maybe there is another a person like me like to say, hey, yeah, I'm fine, but the other person has moved on, because for them it's just howdy, how are you, howdy, and then they just move on. So it's unconscious for Americans, whereas other national may want to seriously consider this as a gesture of responding. So here somebody asked me, how are you? And I am thinking, hey, he's really concerned about my health. I should tell him, oh, I'm fine, or I'm not fine. I want to indulge in some discussion, but this person has already moved on because he has this subconscious method of doing things. So easier said than done, Neil. Any last comments on this?
You're right, it's easier said than done, but you've got to start. I mean, it's as simple as that. You need to, the first thing is be aware. So if you're about to ignore something because you've just seen something you don't like, think to yourself, hang on a minute, is that me just being biased? So you have to be aware of it initially to be able to make the change. And if you're not aware of it, it's never going to happen. So you're always going to do the same thing. Let's look at doing something simple, okay? Because this is about having a habit, okay? Well, let's see how quickly you can break that habit. I wear a wristwatch, and I wear it on my left hand all the time. I never take it off. So here's something everybody could do. If you've got a wristwatch, take it off and put it on your other arm. And then work out when you stop doing that. Hang on a minute. Oh yeah, it's over here. Just work out, when you actually stop doing looking at the wristwatch on the left hand and look at it on the right, because you have changed your habit. Now, I've got added advantage here because this is pretty heavy watch. This is not light. Okay. So I can actually feel it now consciously. Okay. Unconsciously, I'm still going to do that. But consciously, I can feel this over here. And the interesting thing is, it won't take you very long. Forget about 21 days to change a habit. It might take you a few hours. It might take you a couple of days. But it will certainly be less than a week, because you're going to be now more aware of it. You're going to say, oh, that's pretty stupid. It's over this side. And you can say that to yourself, okay, because no one wants to be stupid, okay? No one wants to stick out. But the thing is, only you will know. No one else will know, especially if you're in an open environment. If you go like that and then go like that, no one's going to even notice, okay? So that's one little exercise you can do that will see if you can change a habit. And then you can say, actually, it's pretty easy to do. So once you practice one thing, you can go and practice something else. But it is a limiting factor in your personal and business development. And that's really the message of today. Unconscious bias could really negatively affect your business and your business growth. And here's the knock on here. Let's just say that person is a dignitary, very quiet individual, doesn't smile much because it's just not, they're shy. It's not their persona. Okay? They're the ones that got the problem, not you. And if you were to go over to them and have a nice, friendly chat, they could be friends for life. And they could open doors for you, even just personally, just to make you feel brilliant, make you feel good, make you feel part of that person's network. But you'll miss that opportunity because of your unconscious bias. So there is a moral here, particularly in the business world. Put your unconscious bias to one side and get on with it. Because if you don't, you're missing an opportunity. Who knows where that opportunity will take you? Fascinating discussion. We tried to wrap it up in a fairly short period of time. There are so many examples of unconscious bias in our life. Listeners can put in comments about where their unconscious bias has taken them, how it's affected them. And the point is, a lot of people don't even know they've got one. But you have. And now to find out is, what is it? What does it do? Is it really helping you? Because it could be helping, but the likelihood is it probably isn't. So fantastic discussion today, CK. It's a huge arena, and it really will tell us more about who we are than who other people are.
Naval, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and giving so much wisdom about this very important subject. I think the message is your subconscious bias can make you a successful person in life, but the same subconscious bias can also make you a failure. It depends on the situation. So I think it is important for all of us to understand what is our unconscious bias. So I think we should spend some time understanding our personality. And I think we are running a series. If you have an opinion, you can share with us and we can come back on the same subject, because this is a very big subject. We cannot finish off in 30 minutes. So if you write to us, we can bring that particular subconscious bias as a discussion point in future. Naval, thank you so much. And I will catch up with you next week, same time. You have a nice weekend. Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and my name is Chandrakant. Budgeting sometimes can be very, very scary word, because many people don't know how to do budgeting. And especially now, a lot of solopreneurs, a lot of entrepreneurs, they have to do a lot of budgeting in terms of when to forecast an expense, when to forecast inflow, and not only for the business people, but also for everyone, And that is one of the subjects that we did not learn during the school days. So it is very, very interesting. And to discuss this matter, I have a very special guest in the studios. We will be only discussing briefly about budgeting, but the main discussion will follow through on Friday in a group discussion in our program called You Should Have Learned in School, But You Didn't. So this is just a precursor. So let us welcome our guest in the studio without further ado. Welcome back, friends. And this is an interesting episode where we actually discuss about what you should have learned at school, but you didn't. And to discuss a very interesting subject today, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gunda.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, everything you should have learned at school but didn't. Fascinating arena. There are millions of things we should have learned at school while we had the opportunity to do it in our comfort zone where there were no risks. And that's why we should have really learned them at school. But the interesting thing is, some of us did, but most of us didn't. And let's look at a subject today which is going to switch a lot of people off if I talk about accountancy. Immediately, I can imagine a lot of people are saying, well, I don't need to know about accountancy now. Well, the fact is, you're absolutely right. You don't need to know about accountancy. But what we're going to talk about today falls into the arena of accountancy. And it's called budgeting. Now, that's might be going to turn a lot more people off, budgeting. Oh, no, that's numbers. I don't like numbers. I'm not good at maths. And immediately, this negativity starts to come through your mindset. Well, we're going to keep life very, very simple, because when you get older, when you start to have your own premises, whether you rent a flat or an apartment, or you own a home, or you're having a family, you really do need to know about budgeting. So where can you learn that? Well, you could have learned it at school. So CK, I'm going to put you on the spot today. You're our little guinea pig as usual. Did you learn about budgeting when you were a young boy?
I didn't think I even learned it when I was in college. So forget about being a young boy.
Well, when I was in college, I was a young boy then as well. But the point is, let me make it even simpler. Were you given an allowance by your parents? Like we used to call it pocket money. Were you given an allowance?
Of course, I was given an allowance, and I was quite tidy on that. I used to spend some, use some, store some, save some for my movies.
So you know all about budgeting then. So you just lied to me. You in this video, you've lied to me. You said even when you were at college, you didn't know about budgeting. And yet you've just told everybody that you knew everything about budgeting. How to use some, how to lose some, how to store some away for the future. In other words, live within your means. So you work within an allowance. So you're a liar, CK. Publicly opened, you're a liar. No, we're having fun, everybody. The point is, because I asked a particular question in a particular way, CK, like many of you out there, will have gone into, well, I didn't know about budgeting. But when I turn around and say, were you given an allowance? Did you have pocket money? No. Your parents were teaching you budgeting. They knew how important this was. And the point is, they didn't call it budgeting. They said, here's 1,000 rupees for the week. We expect you to do your chores to earn that 1,000, but you're going to get it up front, maybe. And therefore, at the end of the week, you will have earned that 1,000 rupees. Now, that's a really good way of doing it, so you know that whatever you are doing for them has value. But the reality is you were doing it for yourself too, like making your bed, tidying things away. Remember all these little things they used to say to you, CK?
Of course, Naval. In fact, I just want to clarify that, when you ask me about budget, it sounds like, oh, budget, it's things like that. But when you ask me second question about pocket money, okay, it was just 10 rupees. I used to get 10 rupees. Within 10 rupees, I had to manage my day. And that was the practice we followed. I never got allowance for a week. My parents were very prudent. They used to give me pocket money for that day. and that involved catching a bus, going to college, going to school, going to cafeteria in the school, buy tea or some patties and enjoy yourself. So I had to manage my day in that 10 rupees. Maybe that 10 rupees is worth 500 rupees today, but I don't know. I used to get 10 rupees during my days. And I used to also save some so that, once a week I can bunk some classes and go to a nearby theater without telling anyone, along with my friends, and watch a movie.
Well, I'm not talking about bunking classes, okay? That's just a different discussion. But the point was, you were budgeting. So come along on Friday, and we're going to learn a little bit more about budgeting, or in other words, how to run your household when you get older, how to manage your finances. I call it money management. It's quite easy because it's 2 M's. It's 2 M's, so you don't have to forget that it's M&M, and money is quite easy to remember. So money management, we're going to be talking about money management on Friday. Everything you should have learned at school but didn't. But the fact is, you probably were learning it but didn't notice it. But not necessarily from school. It was during school days. So here you go. There's a bit of an insight into what we're going to be talking about on Friday. And CK has set the tone absolutely perfectly. He's shown how old he is by only getting 10 rupees a day. I'm sure a lot of young people to say, 10 rupees? I wouldn't get out of bed for 10 rupees. But that's another story. That's about value, and we're not going to be talking about that. So we'll see you on Friday for another episode of Everything You Should Have Learned at School but Didn't.
Absolutely, Level. So viewers, please join in our group discussion, which is about everything you should have learned at school but you didn't. And this Friday we will be talking about budgeting, which will be very, very important for you if you're running a business or if you're running a solopreneurship. I think you must join and learn those tricks. Naval is going to be the chairperson of our discussion. He is going to teach us how you can do effective budgeting and run your business effectively. It's going to be very, very interesting. From 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. India time, both of us will catch you in large numbers. So, adios amigos, and catch you on Fridays.
Ciao, everybody.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and welcome to this edition of branding for beginners, and why this subject is so important and why it is relevant to learn what is branding. So we are bringing this course for the benefit of the young budding entrepreneurs who are basically trying to set up their company, or to orient them in terms of what they should do when they set up a new business, especially when the business is being set up, but we don't have a frontline strategy to promote it. So the idea being is, when we set up our business, we should also think about how we will generate business, what will happen to our promotion strategy, what will happen, how customers will perceive us, how future employees will perceive us, how we will make money. So all of that is very, very important when you start your business, and often this aspect of doing business is ignored because people tend to focus most on their offerings and their product development or solution development, and then once the solution is ready, then they start thinking about what is to be done in order to promote ourselves to generate business. So this is the course meant for people who want to learn how to do branding, how to set up their business, and this is for beginners. We also have an advanced course, but the advanced concepts are not covered in this particular workshop. So this is basically going to help people, give them directions, give them idea about how to set up your brand in terms of when you set up your business. What is the right timing? What are the different kinds of brands? What is the best branding method for me? What I should do to set up my business and also generate revenue. So I think some of these aspects we will be covering in this workshop. To start our discussion, let me take you to the definition of the branding. So many people say that branding is A type or B type, but I think let's understand the definition of the branding itself. The branding as it is basically nothing but it could be associated to a name, it could be a term which is used in the market, it could be a design, it could be woven around a symbol, it could be any other feature. Even perception can create a branding impact on the society, and the brand is then attached. So you have a branding which is separate from your offerings or service offerings. It is then attached to the product or services that you're selling. So the definition is much bigger. It creates a much bigger ecosystem. When you start your company, I think you have to think from that point of view. Even though you're doing something very small, but I think branding plays a very important role. As the definition itself suggests, it is a perception that is being created in your target audience, whether they think that this is a very good quality or they drive some value. The beginning of all that starts from the branding. And when we talk about branding, then there are different methods of doing branding. One of the method is direct branding, where you say that, hey, this is my product, this is my service offering, and this is my logo, this is my company name. So this is your direct brand which is getting associated to your offerings. There could be indirect branding, and we will cover all of this as we go along in detail. There could be indirect branding, and there could be a brand which is influenced by something else. So there could be influence branding, where and this is very interesting because you don't talk about your product, your company, yet it get influenced by an event or something that goes on, and it is neither direct nor indirect, but it is influenced, and people don't even think that your branding, your brand, or your popularity is growing because of something else which is happening in the field. So let's discuss about different types of branding, and I have taken some pictures out here just to give you the idea of what you can do, what fits your business, where you are, and you can draw then inspirations from some of these examples. So let's look at the individual branding. That's the first subject that we want to discuss today. The individual branding is something that is your own branding. Say, for example, if you are a well-known professional in the corporate arena, or you are a very good trainer, so you have built a brand of yourself, and then you want to leverage that and run your own your own business or your own college or something like that. So your brand becomes an integral part of running your business. So the brand is also very important, the personal brand. What is the person behind this company? So I'm trying to draw the inspiration from Mr. Amitabh Bachchan, where you can see that his personal brand is so powerful that when he talks about a product, he is actually attributing his own brand along with that product or that merchandise that he is trying to advertise. So his brand is much bigger than he himself. You know, Amitabh Bachchan, as we call it, Big B, is such a big brand. So many times when you start your journey as an entrepreneur, you must think about how much is your brand value, your personal brand value. And if it is not, then you should try to make your personal brand into a reality, so that at least 100, 200, 300, 1000 people start knowing you by your first name, last name, and they trust on you. So then this personal brand will play a major role in basically propelling your business forward. So that is one type of branding. Second type of branding is directly associated with a product. So we know that Mercedes cars are one of the best automobiles. So it does not matter which company manufactures Mercedes. You know, the brand, the company which is behind producing Mercedes is not very well known, but Mercedes car is it is equal to the just like quality of the car itself. So they never break down. If they break down, there is an entire support structure. They're very robust. They can go for very long distance without failing. They provide ultimate comfort. They are the marvel of engineering. So like that, there could be many other products which are brand by itself. So Mercedes can be one brand, iPhone can be another brand. So there are several examples like that. So the brand itself is attached to the product. So when you say, hey, if I buy an iPhone, all your problems are solved. You know, that's how people will say it. If you buy Tata, it is going to be quality product, and the company will treat you nicely. So things like that. So there are brands which are associated with the product directly, and it is not a material thing that the company has to build its own brand. So many times when the product becomes very popular, it becomes a brand by itself. So there could be a product like that which has a brand. Then there could be branding with regard to regions. For example, there is one region which is safe for doing business. So once it is safe for doing business, people are honest, the law and order situation is very good, and this all is branding. Somebody has to say that, come to my region and do business, because I provide you rule of law, I provide you clarity of thoughts, I provide you safety, I provide you workforce, and hence that becomes branding for popularizing your region. So for instance, India could be one region, EU can be another region, United States can be one region, and that is why these brands are associated with this region. Now the fourth example is the analyst. So the analyst job is basically to study what is going on in the industry and make forecast. So they basically talk to a lot of people, a million companies, and they understand what is going on. They apply their formula, they apply their brain, they apply their knowledge, and then they will come out with a forecast for next 1 year. And about 80 to 90% these forecasts are always true. So when an analyst speaks about the trend, in the industry trend, the industry tend to believe them, and hence the analyst makes a brand for themselves. If analyst says something, it is going to be true. So for example, Gartner, if they make a business prediction, it is going to be true. Nobody can dispute it. So it's a brand by itself. It's a branding exercise that Gartner has done for themselves. It is a different kind of branding. It's about predictions, it's about knowledge-based assessment, data collection, what is the type of footprint they have when they make these predictions, and so on. So which cannot be copied by any other company. It is different. It is a separate segment of branding activities that Gartner will take up. The Gartner as a analyst will have a marketing team which will develop all of these infrastructure and create the brand which is relevant for the analyst. Then there could be a different type of branding services required for just services. So if there is a services vendor, then you need to be able to convey to the customers, your clientele or your consumer, that if you take this service from me, it is going to be top notch. So things like just dial. If you dial just dial, you can get number of anyone in India. That's a service order. So they have given a branding color for themselves, which are very very specific to themselves. They have built their name and their fame, and hence that drive their business. So if you call just dial, you can get number of anyone. So this is service oriented example of service oriented branding. There could be other examples as well, where service can be sold with a brand. For example, if you look at Reliance, they provide telephony services. So when you say Reliance, it is good quality telephony, it never breaks. You have engineer always available and things like that. So there could be, now Reliance may not be a good example, but there could be other examples which are similar to this. So services can be branded in a certain way. Similarly, a country also requires branding. A country can have a bad image, can have a good image. All that is created by the branding for that company. And there are people who actually build a country's brand. The country is safe, it is not safe. If you come as a tourist, what will happen to you? Will you be taken care? Will there be hospitality? If you come as a businessman in that country, what will happen to your investment? Will you get the money that you invested with profits? Will there be any regulations? Will there be any clean practices? So there are a lot of other issues. It is safe, you can travel in night, is there going to be entertainment somewhere, and so on. So even country requires to build their brand, and they need to propel themselves. So if the country is very popular globally, then obviously somebody has done the branding activity to build the name and fame of the country. Now, a company can also have a very strong brand name associated with themselves, just like Tata. Tata is more than 100-year-old company out of India, but they have built a brand over the years. The Tata brand has become so powerful that whatever they do, their brand has an impact on the product. Even though if they make salt, so a simple thing like salt, if you put Tata, then this salt is going to be the best salt which you can buy, best iodized salt. So it is better than other products which are salt. A simple thing like a salt can also carry a brand of Tata, or a very large machinery of which are used in mining, etc., can also be built by Tata. So when Tata build a product, whatever they do, the brand of Tata is so strong, it is going to be good. So there could be examples of other similar company branding. For example, when you say India Inc., there are very few companies brand that comes to our mind. One is Infosys, other is Tata, then Adani, and Reliance. So some of these companies are there which are doing groundbreaking work and lot of work in India, a lot of pioneering work they are doing. So they are ensuring that the brand value, if somebody says, hi, I'm working with Reliance, that means they will have a clean practice, they will get the right product from that company, and hence, because I'm dealing with Reliance, I'm dealing with Tata, I'm dealing with Adani's, I'm dealing with Kirloskar, the brands has a lot of weightage, and half the battle of basically selling your merchandise, your product, is won if you have a very strong brand. So things like that. Now branding is also required for things like forums. For example, NASSCOM is a good example. Now NASSCOM has to also promote their services for the sake of selling, helping their partners sell them outside India, and the partners which are in other countries to sell and find IT companies out of India. So IT companies need to sell to other countries needs to buy from India. So that is the activity NASSCOM does, and it's a forum. It's a forum which will make two businessmen meet each other. Now, what is the advantage if I go to NASSCOM? What will I get? If I pay their annual fee, what do I do? Will I get new business? So that is a question of any member joining NASSCOM, and that is a basic question. And in order to establish themselves, being a forum where people can buy and sell, they also have to establish their brand. That if I go to NASSCOM and not anybody else, you know, there is always a competition between different NASSCOM and other agencies which are doing pretty much a similar work. So why people basically go to NASSCOM? Because they get the best outcome out of it. They will be able to find buyer in other countries quickly, faster than any other forum which can provide. So they have to also ensure that, you know, when they provide all these services, they have to also do branding. They have to talk about this data point that, hey, we do these for you. If you come to us, we will help you grow better and faster. So this is what the branding will bring to NASSCOM. And last is the website. So if you have a website, you need to do branding. For instance, Naukri. Naukri is such a powerful brand because it provides employment opportunities to so many people. But we don't know what is the company behind Naukri. We know Naukri will give you, if you go to Naukri, register your profile, there will be a call from a employer. There might be a situation where you may get a job. But there is a company behind this website. So nobody knows the company. I mean, I'm sure many people will know what is the company because it has been there for a very long time. But nobody knows the kind of work the company is doing to build Naukri as a brand. So Naukri has become a very big brand on its own, being just a website. And the company behind it is Info Edge Private Limited. So you see that Naukri brand is so powerful as compared to the company behind it. Now I'll give you another example. Google.com. It is obviously much bigger than Naukri. Google.com is such a big brand globally as a search engine. All it does is it gives you search engine capability and other things which are associated with it. You know, search, you can search pretty much anything on Google. But the company behind it's called Alphabet Inc. So people don't know what is the company, but the Google is such a big brand today, controlling almost like 30 to 40% of the global businesses, and the company behind it is Alphabet. So the Google brand is much bigger than the company which looks after that brand. So you see, the whole objective of having this discussion was that branding is absolutely important. Everyone needs it, and if you don't do branding, you are not going anywhere. Whether you are a forum, you are a website, you are a company, you are a country, you are a region, or you are an individual. So you need to work on your brand first. I mean, when you start your company, even if you are a trainer, you need to develop your brand. Very important point that I want to drive by these examples. So now we will understand what is the importance of branding. See, if you do branding properly, then you will actually gain a lot of customer awareness. So why we do branding? See, branding is that you establish yourself, your company, your work should be displayed in front of people, in front of your target audience, and so on. So when you actually brand your company, your work, it is the customer awareness that you achieve. And when I say customer awareness, see, it's like this: if 100 people watch your advertisement or some information about your work or your company or your website, the chances are 1 or 2 will come back and like to show interest in what you do. 98% of the people will keep that in their memory, and probably in future they may become your prospects. But the thumb rule is, say for example, if you start your branding today, the thumb rule is the conversion of percolating your messages out in the field will result in a certain percentage of gratification. However, you have no control on who can be your customer. So, one of the activity which is a mundane activity of increasing your customer awareness all the time, but who can buy from you? Many people say that, hey, I will send email marketing, I will do digital marketing, I will do XYZ, reach out plan to the client. The problem there really is that all of this will not work if you have not worked in developing your brand, because people don't know you. If you try to reach to somebody who's not aware of what you do, he's never seen your face, he's never seen your logo, he's not even seen the website, he's not seen any advertisement about you, the chances are they will not be attracted to what you're saying. And if you try to reach out to him, it will result in a something which will become sort of an exercise where you actually end up telling him what you do. So you can actually bridge the gap by increasing the customer awareness. You start advertising early in the life cycle based on the branding techniques that we will discuss later on in our workshop. But I think increasing customer awareness is one of the critical tasks, and that is why you need branding. And don't think that if you do customer awareness campaign, you will get thousands of leads coming out from there. It is a constant activity which you have to continue doing, keep increasing the customer awareness all the time. And even though if you are like 100-year-old as an organization, you still need to continue doing your customer awareness, because the customers are X number of customers which are limited in the market. And then you have to keep on telling them what you do, what you are, what is the company logo, etc. Once you have garnered certain X amount of customers, then you have to also ensure that the customers who are now buying from you are not going in any other direction, because the market is such that there is always competition. And then when you are doing business, there are others also, 100 other people who are doing similar business, and they will find innovative ways to attract the customers, because everybody is trying to do innovative branding and also customer reach out plans. So the chances are that when you are doing your branding and customer reach out, you have to ensure that the customer loyalty is also maintained with you. So you have to keep doing what you're doing, any customer success, anything that your extraordinary innovation that you have done, which will bring advantage. And what is the reason that the customers stick around with you? That you offer something which nobody else can match in the price and performance. So branding is a very good exercise which will ensure that the loyalty is maintained with you. For example, if you buy a car from let's say a Japanese car, people know that you don't never have to open the hood of the car. It will never break down, it will give you comfort, it will keep running for 10 years without any flaw, and after 10 years it will attract a lot of resale value. So that is why people buy Toyota cars and any other Japanese or Korean cars, because they run. You see, by virtue of branding themselves on the basis of their product, they are garnering the customer loyalty, right? So whatever happens, the customer is not going to go away to any other brand, because the cars that they buy, the product that they buy from this car, they have complete faith on the car. It will never break down. They have got very good service, value for money, and hence the loyalty is maintained. So that is one example of increasing customer loyalty. But the point I'm trying to make here is, you have to do branding to ensure that your customers are sticking with you. And why this is so important? Simply because that there are X number of customers which can be counted. You cannot keep finding new customers every day. You have to ensure that whatever customers you have, the growth is only 20%. Say for example, suppose you have 100 customers, the new customers that you will find will be only 20. It cannot happen that you have 100 customers and next month you will have another 100 customers. It is not going to happen. So that is why keep that in mind, that if you have a continuous business from existing customers, you are better off as a business rather than thriving on finding new customers, because finding new customers is more difficult than maintaining the existing client. So that is why you have to ensure proper branding to make sure that you have done something to increase the customer loyalty. So you may have a survey, you may have advertisements, you may have innovation, that you are adding new features to your service offerings or your product for free, whatever, it can be anything. But you have to think as an entrepreneur, as a startup, or as a small medium enterprise business owner, or as a leader, you have to think about this aspect also when it comes to branding. Now we come to the third subject. The branding will be driven by the quality of the product that you provide. If you give a product which is not up to the mark, then obviously with that just one instance, your branding will go for a just go down. It will go for a toss. So the whole point is that you have to ensure that while you're talking about XYZ, you are also translating your brand in reality into your products. So when you come out with a new product, make sure that there is a saying in English, walk the talk. So when you are doing branding and you are saying I am best quality, and then the product comes out, it is not as good quality. So you have to keep ensuring and keep thriving that your brand is actually translated into your product, the quality of the product. So in fact, if you keep saying, hey, I have the best product, and your product is not so good, then actually it will bring down your branding itself. So it will not be sufficient to just keep talking that, hey, I have the best product, I have the best innovation, I have the best price performance, and in reality it does not happen that way. It will actually spoil your branding. So you have to ensure that whatever you're offering is very good quality, and it is up to the mark, so that you have customer loyalty. So going back to the previous slide where you will talk about customer loyalty. So by ensuring that your product branding is similar to what you're talking about in your advertisement, in the field, and to people. Branding will also bring competitive advantage. So even though you have X number of customers with you, and there are prospects which you want to engage with, but everybody is looking at the alternatives. Everybody is all the time, it's like this. If you are a consumer, you'll always look at an alternative. Suppose you have a car from Toyota, but then if you get a similar equal product from Hyundai, then you can shift there. So you have to ensure that the branding is perfect. You keep telling your client or your prospect that this is the advantage if you buy from me. So you have to completely keep ensuring that the competitive advantage is always maintained in your favor. So you see, this is not an easy task. So far we have discussed that you have to do branding in order to find new customers. Once you find customers, you have to do branding to retain them, so that you have customer loyalty. Then you have to also provide good quality product, so that customer feel satisfied. They feel that they have paid the right amount of money for this product. And now you're talking about also doing branding to ensuring that you have a competitive advantage as compared to other players in the market. So your branding strategy should encompass all these aspects. you cannot ignore one and just look at the other one. So your branding strategy has to be consistent across the landscape. Branding can also be developed by introducing new products and services. So say for example, suppose you're already providing one side of product, you can then after 6 months you can diversify and have a similar product but of a different kind, so that say for example you're selling a fountain pen, and you know that fountain pen is purchased by certain set of people, and these people will never buy anything else. They will like to have only fountain pen. So you have found 100 clients which are using fountain pen. Now you have exhausted your client list by selling 100 fountain pen in last previous month. So what we will do in the next month? You know that I have exhausted the list. There are out of 1,100 like to buy fountain pen, and they have purchased from you and they are happy with it. You have done the customer loyalty branding, you have done everything. So as a growth of the company is now stopped. You have developed, you have reached the market cap. In that market area you have 100% clientele for fountain pen. So now what you could do is you can then launch a ball pen, because now you establish yourself as a good quality fountain pen, and then you can now address the other segment of the market who don't like fountain pen. They can buy a ball pen from you. So if you keep diversifying into similar areas, slowly finding clients by introducing new products and services, then your branding will also keep increasing. And slowly I picked up example of writing instruments. You can develop fine art pencils, and then you keep growing like that. Similarly, there could be a car manufacturer. They can start with tires and then they end up after a couple of years producing the full car. Similarly, let's look at example of electric vehicle manufacturers. They can start with a moped, then they can come out with a scooter, then they can come out with a bike, and then they come out with a three-wheeler, and then they come out with a four-wheeler. So this is how they can progress. And this is very important to keep running the business, because if you produce only one idea, the chances are that idea has a limited shelf life. So your branding exercise should be complete, should encompass that activity where you have to ensure that you keep launching new product and offerings. Very important, to grow you need funding, and the funding will only come if the people invest in your business, and the investment will happen only when you offer them a growth path. Say for example, if there is an investor and he has a lot of money, $1 million with him, and he is looking at making $2 million out of his investment. Now what are his options? The easiest is he go to a bank and he will give it a fixed deposit, which will give him 10% or 8% yield. Now with that kind of investment, he is not going to make 2 million. I mean, he can make 2 million, it will take him 10 years. So you have to offer something which is better than what the bank can offer. So obviously you have to give some very attractive figures. If you give me money, I will give you a return on investment like this. I will make sure that in 2 years you will double it. So now this is very important. If your product sales are also branded, that hey, you have grown like this, you are $100,000, now you are $1 million. So obviously you're growing, and this kind of branding can help you find investors. So when you get investment capital, the chances are that your company will thrive, and then you can look at new avenues, expanding markets, opening new offices, hiring new people, building an infrastructure for manufacturing. There could be endless supply of capital. And if you don't do this branding around the growth element of your company, innovation, growth, customer loyalty, the chances are the investors will not come to you. They will find some other avenue. and that is where the problem is. So you should always look at investment for growth as a business owner, so that your brand is very strategically strengthened, and people are willing to fund your brand, so that there is a growth in the brand. We have the funding now, but who will work for us? So now there is a different kind of branding that you have to do in terms of the human resources, human capital. Because if you have the funding, you have the capital, you have the clientele, now you want to grow, you want to set up a new office in a new city, or you want to set up a new office in a different country. So who is going to work for you? So people are very smart nowadays. They like to see what you do, how people rate you, and so on. So now you have to look at branding which is related to how good you are in terms of treating your own people. So now you're treating your clients, you're treating the industry, you're treating the analyst, and you have to also focus on how you treat the people. And to give an example, some of these IT companies, they actually do branding only about their subject, how their human capital is, how good their HR department is. And so it's a question of demand and supply. So you have a demand, and the supply is the people. So if you have people, then only you can fulfill the demand. There is no point in having demand and not having the supply. So you have to look at that you are sending the right message by doing the right branding, so that people are attracted and join you. And in the end, by doing proper branding, if you follow all of these ideas that we are talking about today, you can become a market leader. And the idea is that it's not the fame that you're looking at, it's basically looking at how do you capture the maximum amount of business. When you get into any business, the hunger for revenue should be there. If you don't have hunger for revenue, the chances are that you will not succeed in the business. So if you want to do some business, you should always have hunger for revenue, and you should always look at what will give you maximum revenues. So a branding around becoming a market leader is also very important, and that will propel more business for your company, more growth for your company. So that is why you may have heard about people talking about, hey, I'm the best in the industry, best product in the industry, and so on. So I think these are the things that people have to do in order to build their company. And I think the law of doing your business is the same. You have to start with branding. You don't set up your business without doing branding. Many times people commit a big mistake. They don't actually build the name and fame for themselves, the branding for themselves, and they start the business, and then they start investing in doing branding, and then after 6 months they lose a lot of money, and they run the company without any business. So I think the branding is such an important aspect. We discuss all these things simply because to drive that point that branding is such an important aspect of business, where people tend to ignore this. They focus more on building their company, building a product, not knowing how they will promote it. Once the product is ready after 6 months, who will buy? And many times you don't even get the feedback from the field. Say for example, today you decide to buy, you manufacture something, and you feel that there may be a lot of requirement for it. But when you launch after 6 months, the chances are that the market may have changed, regulation may have changed, and people may not like to buy that product. So the feedback is also important. So if you're not doing branding, there is nothing coming back to you from the field itself. So you may talk to a lot of gurus, but everybody has the same problem. Unless you do your own branding, the direct feedback, direct gratification will not happen from the field itself. And that is where people go wrong. The reason for covering the branding subject in such length is to drive the point that you start your branding even before you establish your company. So here, friends, we will stop for 2 minutes, and this is a quiz that we want to run. So welcome back. I'm sure you have noted down these questions. You can write to me giving your answers and we can have a one-to-one discussion later on. But I think let's move on to the next section. Which is about different branding techniques. So you see, each category of activity will define that you know each category will be a different type of branding services, which will be a different activity altogether. So just give me a moment. So a product, suppose you are coming out with a product, the branding for the product will largely depend on the type of product that you're developing. Now if if your product is sold in retail market, then your branding will be about the consumers. Your messaging, your marketing messages, your branding, your logo should talk more about how public will benefit by using these products. But then that is not the only business happens in the field. There are people who are doing wholesale kind of business. They produce something which does not go to the market directly. It becomes sort of an input to some other business. Your offering is then used by some other industry and then assembled into something else. So there could be instance where you're actually a product manufacturer, but your market segment is not retail. There could be a market which is meant for OEMs. So your offerings will be taken by the OEMs. They will assemble things, customize it, use it, and so on, and then they will resell it to retail. So it depends really. When you are actually into product arena, you have to ensure that your messaging should be proper and in line with the market that you are addressing. There could be a raw material manufacturer. The branding for the raw material manufacturer will be different than OEM clientele and then the retail business. So things like that. So it's completely different. For example, if there is a steel manufacturer, the steel cannot be used directly by anyone. So steel is selling to XYZ client, So if you convert iron into steel, who's going to buy that? Somebody has to buy that steel. So your clientele is the manufacturers who are producing special pumps, cars, heavy machinery. So those factories becomes your client. So your branding is related to those clients. You produce highest variety of different variety of steels. So anybody needs different variety of steel, they can approach you and so on. If you actually advertise different variety of steel in the retail segment, where people are looking at buying mobile phones and your clothes and cars, the chances are your branding is going wrong. So I'm not saying that people will do that. I'm just using this as an example to drive that your product offering and what segment you're selling into, your branding strategy will be driven mostly by that. For instance, let's take another example. Rolls-Royce. For many years, it has been known to everyone that Rolls-Royce is selling by invitation. So you see, their branding is so strong. You simply cannot go and buy a car. You have to be invited to buy a car. So their branding is so important, that if you have a Rolls Royce, that means you have been selected as a client. Right? You see, so their product branding is different than, let's say, Hyundai product branding. Hyundai, you go to my dealer and pick up the car. Anyone can buy the car. So that is why you don't see Rolls Royce advertisements in any of the magazines. You will probably see in a very selected kind of media, and they have their own method of reaching out to people whom they feel fit for using their car. And even though if you're a very rich man, you're an extremely rich man, but they will not give you chance to buy the car. If you are a god man, for example, the chances are you want to buy a Rolls Royce and you can afford it because you have so much of money, but Rolls Royce will not allow you to buy these cars. So things like that, so each product has a different branding, and when you do product branding, you have to use the right technique to address your clientele. You have to understand what are the clients who are going to watch who are a target audience. These clients can be prospects, they can be clients, or they can be future clients. So what are the types of activity you're doing so that you're conveying the right message? Then you're using the right medium to reach out to them. You can use mailers, you can use website, you can use personal phone calls, you can use advertisements, you can use social media. But in all of that, you have to ensure that you're reaching out to right audience, right type of clientele. Now, if you want to promote your company, a corporate, then you have to talk about, you cannot talk about your products. When you say Tata, you want to brand your corporate itself, corporate culture. Then if you keep talking about your Tata Salt and eatables and cars and heavy machinery, it will not build your corporate brand, a cultural brand. So you have to talk about how good you are in terms of solving the employees' problems, what kind of job satisfaction you give, what are the growth prospects for Tata, what is the the place in society you build for your employees. Are there any health plans, health benefit if you join Tata, any company? So if you look at Tata, they are actually doing a lot of their branding around these activities, so that people now say, hey, if you join Tata, you will get growth, you will get job security, you will get money, you will get help in terms of children education, you will get help in terms of your accommodation, you will get health cover plans paid by the company, you will get to see travel the world, you will get paid holidays, and extra, you will have nice place to sit, you will have nice colleagues to work with, and so on. So the branding around building your corporate is different than doing your product branding. So I think we need to understand this very clearly, even though this workshop is for beginners, but I think everyone should think what they are doing, and that is why I am trying to bring different aspects of different branding, which can be possible. And mind it, all of this is useful even for a small business. You have to separate yourself, you have to build your own brand as as the promoter of the company. Then you have to also ensure that your company has a brand associated with it. Then you have to also ensure that your corporate culture has a brand, your human capital has a brand, and also your product and services has a brand. So you see, it is an overall picture that you send to the field that will drive your business. Personal branding, your corporate branding, your product branding, your company branding, and your human capital branding. There are more also, we will come to that in a bit. So in terms of personal branding, you have to talk about things like you are doing some course, you have done your Harvard, you have completed executive MBA from Harvard, that can be a star in your personal branding. Or you've gone on a whitewater rafting, every year you go, so you are a sportsman, that can be a brand. um, Now this brand should not be linked to your company. You have to thrive in building your own brand separately without any influence of your company, because company will do a different kind of branding, and it doesn't matter even if you do the same branding, it doesn't matter. But you have to ensure that your branding is differently driven, and it is not the same branding that your company is doing. Even though you're a small businessman and you have you sleep and breathe your company, but you still need to look at what you do to build your brand, and your company will build its brand, which you are only driving it, but it has to be separate branding. So in nutshell, the brand itself on the personal level is very very important, because if you are known if even though your company is small, but if you are able to build a brand of some way or the other, then people tend to have faith in the company. They know that this is a person with this kind of fame behind this company. So they try to bring, when they actually start buying from your company, the leadership brand is very very important, and it's absolutely clear that you need to do that. And that is why don't ignore building your personal brand. You have to ensure that your personal brand is always highlighted. Even though if you're in a company, your brand is very very important. Even if you have grown, your company has grown quite a bit, but your personal brand is still important. To throw an example, you look at Narayan Murthy. You know, his personal brand is so huge. His company brand is also big, but his brand, I mean, his personal brand is that he's the MD of the company. But then he has other personalities. You know, he talks in other forum, and he's indulging in other activities which are related to nation building. He's doing a lot of work in education, youngsters. So we can go on. You know, there are people who are basically investing in building their own brand of different nature and different kind. Because if you actually increase that, then your perspective, your whole area of achieving the proper branding is increased. So you have to ensure that your personal branding is always developed as a leader, as an entrepreneur, or even as a trainer. Because then in the case of trainer, your personal branding is very very important. If you are a professor with 30 years experience, that is driving your training institute or training online business. So things like that, you have to ensure that you think about these concepts. Now the cultural branding is something which defines you as a human being. So what type of post you like? Say for example, let's say in the today's context, when everybody is on social media, you are liking, sharing certain type of activities on Facebook or on Twitter, etc. That is going to drive your branding in terms of your friend circle or the kind of activities your company is indulging in. So it becomes a culture thing today, and now it's a lot easier to make or break. Earlier, you could have ignored it when the social media was not so active, like 10 years back. You could have ignored this aspect, very important aspect. But now, since everybody is on social media, the cultural background of the organization that you are building and your own personal image will be very heavily affected by the culture output. So you can try to make a cultural branding about yourself, that you tend to dislike certain things or you tend to like certain things, and that will stick onto you. Say for example, if you're indulging in too much of a religious rhetoric, then this will stick onto you, and then after some time your branding will take a totally different turn. It depends, what you're looking for. If you're looking for that kind of orientation to build your brand, it's okay, it's fine, but you are the best person to decide. But then your branding will, the culture of your branding or your organization branding will be having X number of buyers which are of the same culture or society. So you have to ensure that you send the right messages, you make the right plans to convey the right messages overall by building your branding services. Now, one of the thing which is very important now at this point I would like to mention is when you have taken all the steps of building your brand, building your company's brand, you have taken the right decision to build your employee capital branding, you have reached a certain level where you have been doing this work for some time, but there is no growth, because it happens to everyone. You reach the certain level and then it saturates the market. So you need to do something else. You need to shake up things, and co-branding is one of the activities which you can take up very easily. What is co-branding? Co-branding is that you tie up with some other brand, well-known brand or similar brand, or a lower brand or a higher brand, doesn't matter. Co-branding basically means that you tie up with another brand, another company, or another person, and jointly come out with an offering. So that is what the co-branding is all about. It doesn't matter that you are a big brand or a equal brand or a large brand, powerful brand. It doesn't matter. You can co-brand with any type of logo, any type of company. The example that I want to give, there are many examples like that, and what I feel as a trainer, that everybody today talks about, hey, let's do collaboration, let's do this, let's do that, let's team up and work together. But the point is that they have no idea how to do collaboration, because if you can't do co-branding, there is no question of doing collaboration. So first thing is that you have to coexist with another brand. When you are doing co-branding, you have to also ensure that you don't think about things like, hey, I will make more money, he will make less money. The co-branding does not define what kind of money you will make. Co-branding is you are just conveying, your teaming up together, conveying a certain message, and it is not that you are dependent only on that business. So the idea being that when you co-brand, you shake up market so that you can grow beyond the saturation point. For instance, if you buy a BMW car, you can buy Louis Vuitton bags which are perfectly made for boot of BMW and with the BMW logo. So if you pay extra XYZ amount, you can get the customized Louis Vuitton bags for your BMW car. So it's a very good example of co-branding. It is not that those products are not sold. They are obviously sold separately, but then when you buy a car, you have an option. If you want a customized luggage for your boot area, you can get it from the best quality Louis Vuitton manufacturer, and with lot of style and stuff like that. You can customize them the way you want. So this is a great example of co-branding. There are other examples. There are many other examples of co-branding. For example, if you look at the today's context in India, there are a lot of co-branding happening which Netflix is doing. Netflix is their OTT platform which is providing a lot of video content for the consumption of Indians by and large. So the OTT is now tying up with all these TV broadcast services companies like Reliance or Tata. So if you take their connection, you will get X months free viewing of certain content. So this is nothing but a co-branded where the two brands are coming together and selling their separate merchandises. So this is a very good technique if you are say for example a small businessman. It's a very good technique to start, pull up two small business people can come together, build their strengths together, and then go to the market, and then with co-branded, and then sell under these two umbrella of co-branding. It does not mean that your brand will not sell your own product. You have other offerings. So what you have done is you have defined a different product offering which is co-branded. So it is a very good idea when you are basically setting up your business to also think of tying up with other brands and launching in collaboration. And I think this will give you a chance to even talk to other business people when you start sharing success with others also. Now, the last branding technique is a composite co-branding, which is different from the co-branding what we discussed in the previous slide. The composite is that product that you are using has another very powerful brand associated with it. For example, I am trying to say that if you buy a Dell, you will always see, in fact, if you buy a Compaq, you will see Intel inside logo. So it shows that Intel is a very, very powerful brand. But then if you buy a certain brand, they are co-branding, but it's composite. It is basically into one product offering. You buy a laptop from Dell or a PC from Dell, it will have Intel inside. So it's a very powerful way of doing co-branding. Co-branding, composite co-branding usually work in a situation where it may not be very good for all the situations, but it is good for a very powerful umbrella brand coming and then helping other smaller brands. So then there is no question of uniqueness or anything. The large brand will influence other brands. So, you know, at the beginning of the workshop, I talked about Amitabh Bachchan. So it's a very good example of composite co-branding, because Amitabh Bachchan has a brand of his personal brand of his own. But then when he talks about Samsung, when he talks about a car, when he talks about XYZ, he is actually rubbing off his brand onto that brand. So Amitabh Bachchan's personal brand is huge. But then when he talks about Hyundai car, Santro, that I go to work driving a Santro, then his brand is influencing Santro. So this is an example of composite co-branding. It may not be relevant for all situations, all businesses, but yet it is one of the tool available for increasing your business. So summarizing this session of what to do when you're doing your branding. First, as I said, you have to look at creating your personal brand also. If you are a leader or if you are an entrepreneur, you are a leader of a team, you are a CEO, CIO, CXO, you have to look at building your personal brand. Many people tend to ignore it, but I think that is not the right attitude. You have to build your brand at par with your company's brand. So you have to ensure doing whatever it takes to build your brand. And that gives the confidence to your client, to your prospect. When they actually deal with a company, they know that this is a person behind as a leader in that company, and you know, they recognize you as a person. So you have to keep ensuring that. Now in nutshell, you also have to do your company branding. So you have to ensure that the company's logo is visible quite often, because if you're out of sight, you're out of mind, especially when you're a small player. If you're a large player, you will have a lot of budgets, you will have a lot of muscle power in order to spread your messages, flyers, and put board outside your branch offices and across the city, multiple offices. So they have more muscle. The problem is when you're small, then you have to ensure that you are visible. So there are different techniques we will talk about after the small quiz. We will talk about what are the different techniques to build your brand being a small business. However, your company has to ensure that their logo, their work is visible. That means the company is always moving. It's not stagnant. Then all of this, so what is happening? You're creating a hype, and then you also have an heritage, because the person's leadership team behind the company is also building their brand, sending their individual messages out, doing something else other than the company is doing, and things like that. So you're building a package, sort of a aura for running your company. And if you don't do any campaign, then the campaigns, how will you reach to the market segment? So you have to continuously keep doing the campaigns keep running those campaigns to ensure that every second day or third day you're in the news somehow or the other. So we can come up with these ideas, and we can have an advanced course next week where you can learn about these ways of doing campaign. Fourth, very important, you have to keep the field motivated. When I say motivated, it's not only the client which is motivated, it's not only the employees which are motivated, it's not only the investors who are motivated. So when you keep your messages keep going out every second day, people start seeing your logo and your work, your innovation, your white papers, your new activities that you're indulging in. You found a new client, you announce it. You open a new office, you announce it. You come up with a new idea, announce it. Why keep it to yourself? So by doing all of these different activities, you are actually motivating your clients in terms of clients, your employees, your investors. Hey, these guys are doing something. These guys are very active. These guys are very aggressive, and so on. And then by doing all of this, you will be able to connect to new people. You have your own connections, but then you keep building your network. And business today is about networking. So if you have a right network, you will be able to make money. And if you don't have a right network, then you will not be able to make money. So it's like that. So when you do right branding, you reach out to the people, you convey the messages that you have, you keep motivating all these people who are watching you, and then you keep connecting with a similar type of people, because that's the market segment you're working with. Above all, you have to be creative. You have to know exactly how you will do all of this. So you have to do in a very imaginative manner. You have to be creative, and then you have to be strategic, because you cannot keep repeating those things. Say for example, suppose you went on a whitewater rafting, you cannot continue that messaging for a month. So you have to at least apply some strategy. What will happen? Usually what happens is that these are the activities that are planned at least for 2 months, and then there is a calendar which is produced, a branding calendar, and then the calendar is then followed religiously. So you as a leader, or your employee who's running these campaigns, or if you have engaged somebody to drive this, you have to ensure that the branding calendar is followed, adhered to, and the strategy has to be in place. So with this, we'll stop for some time, for 1 minute or so, and there is a small quiz that you can attempt, and you can write to me with these answers if you like these, and then I can respond to you, connect with you, and we can have a debate on that. So welcome back, friends. We'll move to the next section, which is about the actual branding for small businesses and for beginners. First thing that is required here is you need to have a very strong research based strategy. You see, when you're running your own small business, what makes you think that you can run this business? What makes you think that, say for example, if you open a restaurant, it will run? Because 80% of the restaurants fail. That's a reality. Not everyone succeeds. So there has to be a proper messaging that has to go out. That messaging will not go out properly if you don't have proper surveying capacity, a research based decision. Because you know that, say for example, let's go back to the example of restaurants. There could be vegetarian living in that area where you open your restaurants, and then you open a non-vegetarian restaurant. The chances are that this is a very simple example. There could be many things to it. You can open a Chinese, and the people there in the neighborhood don't like Chinese, and so on. So there could be many examples like that. I think the net point I'm trying to drive is that the research is the key to start any branding. And then before you start, so I'm taking you one step back from branding. As I said so far is that before you start your business, you have to do branding. But before you do branding, you have to do research. So I'm saying that you have to have a proper research in a very systematic manner. And the research will be based on various factors in terms of market size, in terms of how much customer will pay for your product or services, in terms of how you will reach out, what is the best method to reach out to them, how long you see this business running. If you start today, will you have a 5-year life, will you have a 10-year life, or will you have only 6 months life for that product offering? So I mean, there are 1,000 other things. I cannot talk about all of them, but I think the whole point is that you have to have research done. If you have a proper research, more data points, then that will help you drive the right branding strategy. As I talked about the branding calendar, you cannot work on a branding calendar if you don't have a research data with you. Second thing is, when you have a research based approach, then that research will also tell you that how the input from the market is helping you. Say for example, after doing research, you created a branding calendar, and then it's a 2 months branding calendar that every 3 days or 4 days you will publish something or the other, some infographics or some video or something else in various format. So when you do that, the chances are that not many people are engaging with it. So that is one feedback that your research team has to get, or you when you're doing research for your business, you need to get that input from the market. See, whatever you learn from me, or you learn from your experience, or you learn by talking to other leaders, will be of zero value if you don't hear from the market directly. So when you actually do your business, you have to ensure that the market has to give you direct feedback. You cannot get a Gartner report and apply that to your business. It is a good starting point. It is a good starting point. But when you build your business, you have to ensure that what is the market segment you're trying to reach out to, what is their feeling about you, and that feedback has to be there. That feedback will happen only if you have a proper research document with you. So I think before you start your branding, you have to do research, and this is something that I want to emphasize on. Collect as much data about the product, about the services, about the clientele, about the industry as much as you can. Build a model. I'm not suggesting that you should use this model or that model, but have some data available with you, and then decide what messages you have to send out as a branding, and then decide when you want to start manufacturing your product or services. Having done your brand research, then you have also built a branding calendar, marketing calendar. Remember, I was talking about the feedback. Now the feedback will give you this kind of picture. It will be a SWOT analysis about your business. See, you have come out with an idea. You've done research whether this idea will be successful or not. And today's world, to run different research is very simple. There are a lot of free websites which will conduct surveys for you, or using some of these social media, you can conduct these surveys. You can ask questions. You can build a survey form and ask the question. So that could be one starting point. I'm not saying it's the best, but I'm just throwing some ideas. So for free, you can start doing some research. You can do it for some time, but this research will give you a lot of inputs. What people think about you, what people think about the product that you are trying to launch, what people think about the services. Will they pay for it? I think that's a very critical question, which you as a businessman has to understand that. So all of these inputs will give you information to build a SWOT model. So in fact, everybody knows what is SWOT. SWOT is nothing but, in short, strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So what are your strengths which you will build, and what are the weaknesses which you need to reduce? So until unless you have a research platform, until unless you have a feedback mechanism by doing proper branding, you will not be able to build your SWOT model. So you build on your strength, so you know that these are my strength and nobody else can match that. And if you identify your weaknesses, you have to continue reducing those weaknesses. And then if you come across an opportunity, you have to ensure that you exploit, capitalize on that opportunity. And if you come across a similar threat in that, try to avoid it, bypass it. So if you have not made a model, you will not be able to come out with a SWOT analysis. So I think it's very, very important, very step-by-step method of building your business. You first do your research, then you do your branding. The branding will also build a mechanism to get the feedback done, either through polling or word of mouth, or send people or conduct some actual research survey. Put that data into your SWOT model. That will give you a clear indication of how much money to invest and what to do. So the whole idea is that when you start your business, you continue doing all of these activities, and that will help you succeed in your business. And if you don't do this, then the chances are things will be at luck. The success and failure will be purely on the luck basis, not really scientific in any way. Once you have built all of these models, then you build a branding hub, a branding strategy, which will be running for forever almost. So you do your research. It's a continuous process, repeatable process. The research keeps happening. Then your SWOT models keep evolving, and then your branding will keep coming out of it. So usually what happens is that how do you take your messages out in the field? It could be related to the name of the company. Now your product offering is something related to education, but you want to call it your company name is something else which has nothing to do with education, like disco, that's it, right? So their mismatch happens, and that reduces your brand value. So you have to ensure that your name, your website, and your everything is properly designed in such a way that it sends the right message out for the offering that you have. Then when you decide your logo, it should convey the right meaning again. You cannot decide a logo using your creative license and design a logo which is a mismatch to what you're offering. For example, I'm offering consulting services to startups and SMEs, and my logo is very simple. It's the name of the company. It's a very simple, well-spaced name of the company is my logo. So if somebody is using my services, they know my company and they know me, and this is the logo that I have, and I have registered this logo so nobody else can copy this. So things like that you should do, and all of this will be done easily if you have a proper research and proper branding mechanism in place. And how do you reach out to your client? You have to build a website. So your website should be in line with what your business is. And and website is nothing but is your window to the world. So is the flyer, so is the presentation. So you have to ensure that whatever you have done have a consistency across. So you have a logo, you have your company logo, your website, your flyer, your business card, and your collateral carrying the same color, same logo, no difference at all. So make sure that it is talking about the same thing, no spelling mistakes here and there. That basically makes the brand more strong. Now once you have established the basics building block of doing this, then you come to medium of what you will be doing. So if you are say for example, if you are running a small business which is servicing the close by clients, then you can choose various methods of sending your messages. You can use a banner, you can use leaflet flyers sent out to their houses, or you can also use social media. telling them, hey, I'm doing this XYZ, and there is no second thought about it. If you don't do advertising about yourself, nobody will know that you're here, you exist here. You have to tell the world. I mean, if you don't put a board outside your office, a small office, how people will know that you're doing this XYZ activity inside this office? So you have to talk about what you're doing. You have to ensure that you reach out to the client, telling them, hey, I'm such as a person, I'm providing these services. So you have to ensure that you can reach out to, depending on what clientele you're trying to attack. Choose your method of sending your messages. And in today's environment, you can actually advertise on social media. They can, choose what you want to do, what type of age group, and so on. In all of this, since in this subject we are discussing only about the how to start your business and all that, but all of this requires a lot of in-depth analysis and research, because a wrong move can spoil your brand itself. So you have to keep ensuring that you follow the best practices. You don't deviate from this practice. Even if you deviate, there has to be a proper thinking behind that, and it has to be done seriously. So you cannot execute an idea which came to you today. You have to think through. You have to also apply the SWOT model to it. Cause and effect. If you convey this message, what will be the effect? All that has to get into your model, and then you keep churning. I mean, you don't do anything ad hoc. Even though if you are a solopreneur, you are running your own one-man show, you need to be very watchful of these things. We talked about co-branding, composite co-branding. That will give you something called influencers. Now, influencers are becoming very, very critical in today's world when it comes to the small, medium enterprises and also the startup. The problem is that the startups and SMEs don't have a reach like a large corporation. So that is why the influencers plays a major role, because if somebody else has bought it, it must be good. And somebody else has conveyed the right message, it must be good. So things like that. So you have to ensure that you have roped in the right type of influencers, and you simply cannot afford to ignore this aspect of influencers, because that is the reality. You have to collaborate, you have to co-brand and influence your brand, because in absence of your brand being visible X number of times, if you don't have influencers, that limitation will stick onto you. So you have to ensure that you rope in right type of co-branding influencers, co-branding people with you, or tie up with other brands, and so on. And then you can think about advertising. You can start thinking, once you have all of these things that we discussed today in today's session, then you start thinking about how much money you want to spend on advertising, and then advertise, because advertisers will take your message far and wide. So you have to ensure that when you advertise, you just simply don't advertise by paying X amount of money in a newspaper, for example. And if you're running a business which is catering to X type of people, because going to a newspaper advertising, what is the point in doing that if people don't watch it? I mean, your target audience don't watch it. So it is important to decide what budget you have, what is the reach, and how you want to advertise. So you have reached to the point where you are thinking about advertising now by spending money. All this will not happen if you have not done the groundwork, and all of this groundwork is ignored many times, because people concentrate on the offerings. They cut short all of these activities and they straight away jump to offerings. And the problem is that when you start offering, you have to continue doing that, and you will take more time to succeed. So we'll give it a break for a few minutes and come back. In the meantime, you can look at this quiz question and try to attempt it. Welcome back, friends. We will have a Q&A session. If anybody has a question, we can take that up. Or at the end of the program, we will give the email. You can reach out to us. Anything specific you have or any suggestions you have, we can take that up separately with you after this session. So to summarize, the topics that we discussed today is how do we build our research hub that will give us to create a branding strategy that will help us create our company itself. So your research will lead to your brand, will lead to your company, and then after that you have to do your SWOT analysis. That should become your continuous improvement process. And then once you have done these basic things, then you start thinking of roping in co-branding partners. You can start thinking of roping in your influencers. You can start thinking of building your advertising strategy, and that will take you to the next step of the business. So next steps are much more elaborate, and in the next discussion we will discuss about how do you take this to create your sales strategy. You have built your company, you have built your brand, you have built your personal brand, you have built your co-branded strategy, you have also built your influencers, and you have built your advertising. Now the leads are coming in. How do you convert them? So if the lead keeps coming in, doesn't mean that it will convert automatically. You need to do something else to convert those leads, because otherwise those leads will be wasted. So you have to build a sales activities around those leads which you are getting because of your branding. Um, then you have to look at how do you monetize your brand itself. So that is a high level subject that we will cover in the next workshop. And over time, how you can diversify it into other businesses, because if you stick around to one business, the chances are that your business will go down after a few years of success. So you have to keep diversifying and keep doing new things. That is a rule of any business. And then when you diversify, you have to keep building your very strategically driven marketing hub, so that your brand, your personal brand, your company's brand, your product offerings, your advertisers, all are part of that ecosystem. So next workshop we'll talk about that. Business is nothing but networking. So how to become a good networker? Because if you are a good networker, then you will grow, your business will grow, people will have faith on you, and so on. And last subject in the next workshop would be how to cultivate loyalties among employees, customers, and investors. So with this, I thank you all for watching this workshop. If you have any questions, please write to me, and I will take them up either in the next workshop or one on one. I will reach out to you, and we will see how we can address those challenges that you're facing. I will meet you in the next workshop. Until then, I like to say goodbye. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and welcome to Akulmac. And today I'm privileged to have a very distinguished guest from UK, Mr. Naval Gun, who is going to tell us about his program called MindFit, which we have launched in India last week.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. A bright, sunny-ish Friday. The sun's up there somewhere, but it's a bit cloudy. It's hidden behind the clouds. Today, I thought we would talk about a very simple subject that is very dear to your heart, my heart, and dear to any manager's heart who's got a few people working with them. And that's the subject of teamwork. So, CK, you are my guinea pig or radish, whichever way you want to call it, for the day. Teamwork. What do you understand about teamwork? What makes a team work?
Well, the team has to work towards one goal, which is a team goal, and all members of the team must achieve that goal, the collective goal. And to achieve that collective goal, they have to have individual goals defined, and they must, for the sake of success of the team, they must achieve their individual goals.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's about literally working together on a common goal. And in business, that's easy to do. So we set the common goal and teamwork happens, doesn't it?
Ideally, it should, it must work like that. Yes, why not?
It should and it must, yes. But the problem is, how many times does it happen? And the likelihood is not very many times because several reasons. Let me ask you another very simple question. Because all of these skills that we're talking about, we must have learnt them somewhere. So we've spoken about communication. Well, we must have learnt that at school, how to communicate better, how to work under pressure. Again, we must have learned that over school. You know, we had 14, 15 years at school, maybe 2, 3, 4 years at university. So we must have been able to work under pressure. Teamwork. We must have done that at school as well. So did you ever sit a team exam at school?
No, never. There was never a team exam, but there were some workshops which will inculcate the team, sort of team building workshops.
I mean, you were lucky you had workshops, which is great. Okay. But you never sat a team exam. Don't you find that when teamwork is so important in business life, even in family life, actually, because we need to work as a team at home, and going out with your mates, you need to work as a team, but we don't actually work as a team and have a team exam. I actually find that quite fascinating, actually. Maybe people listening will think he's off his rocker. He's talking nonsense here. But the point is, teamwork is so important because without it, all you end up is getting people in the office, at work, on the shop floor, who are just doing as they're told. There's no interest, there's no engagement, they're just going through the motions. That isn't teamwork to me. That's a dictatorship. And we all know what happens to dictatorships. People bully other people. That isn't teamwork either. So let's look at the components of teamwork. What makes a good team? So we're going to go back and forward here. What word comes to mind making a good team? What do you need to have to be a good team player?
It's a very difficult question, Neville. I think one of the key attribute is a good listener, maybe.
Good listener, absolutely. I'm so pleased you didn't say a good communicator because I would have then said, okay, give me an example of communication. Listening is a great example of communication. We need to listen. But of course, we need to listen not to respond, but we need to listen to think because that's the whole point of listening, isn't it? Not to just give people an immediate answer, but to think about what the person's saying. So, all of your team players that are coming up with perhaps new ideas, and you think immediately that's not a new idea. We tried that before they even joined the company. It didn't work then. It's not going to work now. And immediately you turn around. We tried that, didn't work. You're not listening. This is a new person in the organization coming up with an idea that they've thought about. So another word we should be doing? Not just listening. What else?
Positive attitude.
Positive attitude. Yeah, again, that's a bit of a construct. So we'll drill down into that one. But having a positive attitude basically says encouraging that person to say more. So you've listened to what they've said and you've shut down that little demon inside of you, that can't do, won't do voice that says, I'm going to just tell this person exactly what we've done before, you know? You encourage the person to explain a bit more. 2 E's, encourage and explain. Okay? That's what we do when we're listening. We encourage people to explain how they feel. What's more? What else about teamwork? Now you're thinking. What other words come to mind when we talk about good teamwork?
I think have trust on your team. I think that is the one of the critical aspect.
Yeah, trust. Huge word. The nice thing about trust, it begins with T, and teamwork begins with T as well. So teamwork and trust are actually interconnected. So if you know that you can trust your team, you know your back's covered, they're always going to be with you. That only, for many people, comes with time. But as we've spoken on many occasions before, you can trust someone 100% implicitly and explicitly right at the very beginning, and they will prove whether that trust is merited. They will prove whether they can earn that 100% badge of trust, or it starts to reduce. Another word I'll say, because we need to keep this simple for everybody, because the complexity comes with time. Another T word connected with teamwork is being together. So it's together, you know, another T word, which is easy. So all you've got to do is teamwork, trust, and together. And if you just start to do those things very simply, you will start to build the team and good teamwork. You'll be listening, you'll be communicating properly, you'll be thinking, you'll be exploring, you'll be engaging, you'll be encouraging, you'll be empowering, you'll be allowing each of the team members to lead the conversation. And all of these wonderful words that are all in the dictionary that we talk about being a good team player and good leadership, all of a sudden start to make sense to you where you are. So I'm not saying this is easy. It may be quite difficult to do. However, it's simple. It's a very simple thought process. You've now got to adapt it and adopt it into the way you work. And teamwork, as I say, is teamwork. Someone says teamwork makes the dream work.
So, Neville, I think this is amazing insight in very short time you've given. And, the MindFit program covers some of these attributes which people who are attending MindFit can actually improve their teamwork, other abilities to be a better human being. So, tell us a little bit about how people will increase their quotient to work as a team if they attend MindFit.
Well, MindFit is all about action. So there's two parts of action. The first part of action is knowing how you do it currently. So there's a lot of reflection and there's a lot of inward looking. You might call it looking in the mirror. What do I do now? So everyone works in a team. You cannot avoid working in a team. Even if you haven't got a job, you're at home and that's your team. Whether it's your flatmates, they're your team. Whether it's your family, they're your team. So it's actually building that relationship around the team. Who am I? What do I do? Where do I fit? What's my responsibility? And all of these things you need to understand now. And then we can then set the actions where you can go and improve yourself. And a very simple action is literally, go and find out how other teams work. And you can Google it. I mean, this is not difficult to do. You can Google anything these days and just look at good teamwork and bad teamwork, you know, and you'll find it. The papers will be littered with it. The press will be littered with it. Websites will be littered with it. But the thing is, it's an action. You need to take an action to go and find out what you now want to be. What is a good example of teamwork? And that's what we show you. We show you good examples of teamwork. We break down what those examples really mean. We don't just say, this is a good example of teamwork, and that's it. We actually explain why. Because if you've got the why, you can then see how they do it, and more importantly, what they do. So it's pretty simple, again, simple to understand, not necessarily easy to do. Because what it means is you've got to change what you do currently.
So I think you've explained it beautifully, Neville. Your program will make people a better team player, and viewers who are listening to this video, they must come and explore further. Please reach out to us and enroll in the Indian edition of MindFit program. So Neville, thank you very much for finding time and speaking with us. We will find another subject next week and come back to you with something more interesting.
Always a pleasure, CK. Enjoy yourself, everybody. Go and have fun. Become a team player.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Assimilate Technologies and you are welcome to our show Roundtable Discussion. Today we have a very interesting panel guest and let me introduce you to all of you. Now we have Ritu Gupta, who is CEO of PR agency Four Seasons. A part of this, she is also teaching in one of the prestigious colleges in Delhi. And she's a lecturer of media relations and PR relations here in Delhi. We also have Indra Sharma, who is the head of the department of one of the prestigious school of the subject of physical training. She has been awarded by the government for her contribution in education. Welcome to the show, Indra. Welcome to the show, Ritu.
Thank you.
We have Sitesh Srivastav, who is an IT professional. A part of this is closely related to radio broadcasting, and he is also he's also having very keen interest in corporate trainings. So, welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
I'm well, Kanchan. Thanks for inviting, and thanks for the lovely panel that we have.
We have Chandrakant, who is a co-founder of Assimilate Technologies, and he has a great interest in aviation and space-related subjects. So, welcome to the show, Chandrakant. How are you doing today?
I'm fine, Kanchan. Thank you for your invite and looking forward to this very powerful discussion today.
Yes.
So we have a great subject today and would like to know your opinion about what we lost in this pandemic. We are just nearing to the March. So that means we are covering 1 year of this pandemic era. Though we have vaccination here and that's a good news. But I would like to know from any one of you who can start on this topic, what really we lost during this pandemic?
So Kanchan, I really want to start with this as we have started 1 year of pandemic, and when I look back, I find that this last 1 year is very strange. Has been very strange year. But like many of you, we started 2020 and also now 2021 with plans, hope, dreams, and desires. many of which had to be rethought, rescaled, scaled differently, and even abandoned also. However, this great reset that was 2020 is not all doom and gloom. We have found many new ways of working that may represent a healthier balance between our work life and our home life. We have also found new tools online, virtual, connected to a webcam that allow us easier access to colleagues, experts, relatives, friends all over the world. As we have all been encouraged to mask up and socially distance from each other, we have found the tools to make the separation and distance irrelevant. So that's what I want to say.
Yes, it's a very good point that we have found new ways of communication. But what I feel is that we are lacking a social interaction, which is it's very important because as a human race, it's very, very essential to have a social interaction, and that is how we grow. So, what your ideas on this subject, Sitesh?
Well, Kanchan, let me put it in a very in precise way. I feel what we lost is a little bit of a trust in the science and the research fraternity who could not see this coming, despite having SARS, despite having so many other smaller versions of it, Ebola few years back, and MERS in the Hong Kong, Asia Pacific region. So, despite so much of funding available throughout the world, in all the developed and also in not so developed countries, the science fraternity could not see this thing coming. That is one thing that was lost, I feel. The other thing that was lost is the trust in the media, because there was either no media or too much of media and in between. And therefore, it needs, I think these two were lost. And because these, we are dependent on these two, the media as well as the scientific fraternity, I think little bit of the trust on ourselves and our old ways of living that we have left and moved forward in the name of progress, that was lost. And I think, as Ritu says, after 1 year of this pandemic, we are more than aware of what our grandfathers and fathers and great grandfathers used to do and live. That's what I have to say.
Yes, I also want to know your views on this subject, Indraji. When you are closely associated with children and on daily basis you teach children and meet them. So, what we lost exactly when we talk about our children and their growth?
Yes, the socialization is very important for children. Like they have been studying, they have improved their computer skills. It has sharpened, but somewhere they were not interacting with the other children, which is very important at this stage. It's very important for their growth. It's very important they interact with other children, they play outside. That they have missed during this time. The children have really missed this time. But sometimes in adversities, children, they have learned so much. They have learned other things also. And I feel this, that the socialization was very important for the children. At
Yes,
this,
I feel that
for
you raised
children.
a very
That's all
important
I feel.
yes. Yes. So I feel you raised a very important point that socializing is missing and which is very important. I would like to know from CK that how he really reacts on these ideas and these points when there's a lot of worries among parents, among national leaders about some issues which are we are discussing. How you feel what we lost in this period of pandemic?
Well, Kanchan, thank you for selecting this remarkable subject. I think we have not lost anything, but we have actually lost one thing, which is living in denial. all the things that we are seeing today have been around for last 20 years. We were not accepting it. It has been recommended that Industry 4.0 will come, and finally it has come. What I'm disappointed is that we had one wretched virus to tell us that, hey, Industry 4.0 is there, and virus has to teach us these things. And what is happening? The gig economy, everybody has been talking for last 10 years. Now it is finally here. Indraji mentioned about physical connect. I think the physical connect is much more than ever. Earlier, you could talk to 100 people with your time of spending 1 hour. Now you can talk to 10,000 people. People
That
who
is
are
awesome.
doing gaming, they are now flourishing. They are doing gaming for 11 hours, 12 hours, and all sorts of games are being played on the internet. Gaming industry is booming. If you look at the YouTube platforms and Facebook, their infrastructure is booming. Their bandwidth utilization is booming. Everywhere we see boom. So I think we have not lost anything. What we have gained is a new way of embracing Industry 4.0.
So that means we are talking about this loss, and do you feel really it's a myth? Anybody can take this question. Is it a myth that we are, as CK has mentioned, it is a denial, we are living in a denial? But then many people will, even today, come up and say that, yes, we have lost something. Like if you talk to the agricultural sector, the farmers will say that, yes, we have lost, we are not able to get a right amount, we are not able to sell our products. Because there was a pandemic, people were not buying. And if we really go into a marketing segment, then again we have same time of opinion which is expressed by head of the sales department of any company. It said, no, we are not selling anything because people are not buying. So what you think about this, Sitesh?
Well, I think, Kanchan, that CK has raised a very interesting point that we have been living in denial. At the same time, I would just add to his point, last 10 years or last 12 years to be precise, the amount of consumption that we are having with our electronics, gadgets, internet, and our superfluous lifestyle in even in the middle class incomes, that has actually made us dependent on so many things without asking a question, whether it is electricity, whether it is medicines, whether it is home delivery of food and every essential items. We suddenly started thinking that everything is doable, everything is feasible, and therefore we can overlook the basics, we can overlook the essentials, we can overlook the not so fortunate part of the world. In fact, the virus, the wretched virus, as CK says, comes from one of the biggest economy in the world, and that it was unapprehended, it was uncontrolled, and then when it was released, it was controlled through the World Health Organization for such a long time. So definitely we have lost so many lives. Definitely we have lost the credibility of the scientific fraternity. And definitely we have lost to understand that there are some basic principles of human living that never change. And a global village concept may be as good as it gets, but it may not solve all the problems of this world. That's what I want to say.
So, Ritu, you interact with all grown-up children. You go to college and teach pretty smart students at the moment. So, what is your reaction? As CK has mentioned that the technologies were already there at place, but we were so scared to use them. But when pandemic came and we started using more and more, so what has changed in the lives of a student when we pre-pandemic and post, not post as yet, but still we feel that we are just about to be out of this pandemic. But my question is how children react to this.
I think what children miss, very frankly, they miss in-person interaction with the teacher. They miss in-person interaction with each other, the freedom to, grab a cup of coffee, meet someone face to face. That thing they are really missing. And also, um, we have made online teaching, it's getting better and better each day, but one-to-one interaction definitely is not there. And plus, you cannot force students to do something. What I personally miss is, when I teach, when I take lectures, and even the other teachers also, we see that students are not that reactive. They're not following the discipline which they would have had followed in the one-to-one class, because most of the time students, they are on unmute mode, mute mode, and their cameras are off. So most of the time the classes are is just one-way interaction. So that I personally feel is not right. Even the students, they feel that the discipline, there was a way in living the life, but I'm sure that things are going to get normal each day.
Okay, so Indra, actually, a couple of days back, I have heard that children who are studying in ninth and 10th, they started going to the school. And there was a clipping which I happened to see on the social media. And the children were saying there's nothing comparable to online classes, not compared to the classes we are attending, the offline classes. So, I would like to know how you really feel about this difference between online and offline classes, and how you can really find that where the students are more satisfied. You know that online classes are also giving many information. Much of the platform is very advanced, and they a student can learn anything on online. But then again, when I saw the clip in any of these social media platform, I realized that students are longing to go to the school. So what you really advise, and how you will react to this statement?
Now, children must be like they like to go to school, meet their friends, teachers, their interaction. They all love to do that. But classroom teaching, in my school at least, I know that we already had smart boards. Teachers were teaching the smart boards. No? They were all familiar with the all the system, and I think it was not very difficult for them to switch over to online. But that is not in all schools. Some schools, some privileged, some schools had the smart boards. And all this knowledge, their teaching ability, and the use of smart boards helped them, helped every one of us to teach children online when there was a pandemic. And teachers, students always, when they go to school, they meet friends, how they enjoy going to school in buses, coming back, recess time, game time, all this they have missed. Otherwise, learning have really taken place. They have learned a lot. It's not that they have not, they have gained so much of knowledge during this
We have
time.
been discussing about that we lost this, but what is one thing which really has done a great impact on day-to-day life of people? I would like to ask this from CK.
Well, let me start where Ritu left. See, there is industry 4.0 which is going to come in any way, and it has already arrived here. So there is a gap in the market, and the biggest gap is in the ed tech, education technology. I think the points that the panelists are making is that people are missing the friendship, breakups, makeups, those kind of things which happens usually in a school. So I think there is a requirement for smart entrepreneurs to fill that gap, use the online medium to come out with this AI-based learning systems. So when we say that people are putting themselves on mute, why they should be able to put it on mute when you have AI and you can recreate the same environment that you see in your school. That means you can have breakout sessions, you can have tea break, coffee break, and you can maintain social distance and study on a new platform. So I think there is a K-12 system which is already there. The schools in India and many other countries need to adapt to this K-12 system, online level of education, and also certification. So that system brings all the nuances of a physical activity which you will anyway do in your school. So I think that is where we are. We should not be looking at with a narrow mind. The changes are permanent. Whatever changes have happened in 2020 are going to stay there for next 5 to 6 years. So I think sooner we realize that these changes are real, better it would be for us, and look ahead, see what are the new changes that we are going to say. And as somebody said, change is the only constant. So the changes are going to happen. We have to keep adapting to it.
Uh, Definitely, it's a very good description about the loss we have been facing during this pandemic. But actually, what I feel, we are a very big country, and everybody don't really gel with the idea of technology. Don't They don't even gel with the idea of social distancing. People are taking advantage. They want to go out. Even for marriages also, it is said that only 50 guests can come and come into the venue of a marriage. So my point is that somehow somewhere we have changed our lifestyle, not here in India but all over the world. Now we are still learning how to really cope up with this kind of lifestyle, this kind of mentality, this kind of workflow. So are we ready to really convert this loss into a gain situation, Sitesh?
Well, Kanchan, the mask has to become a part of our body. It can be added as a probably 300th organ of our body going forward. That is the interesting part. And this was there always in the Asia Pacific, especially in Japan, where a normal flu would have attracted a mask by people. In India, we have learned it a very, very hard way, but I cannot say that we have learned it in a real way. The other thing is that the lifestyle changes, as CK says, is going to stay, and there is no compromise on that. How much we can compromise and how much we can bring back the great glorious days pre-pandemic times, I really want to see or feel that. What I also understand is the lifestyle of this is not a guarantee for another pandemic. As we are seeing, new strains are coming, and we are also seeing that there could be another more potent, more fatal pandemics, which are generally recurring after every 100 years. So 100 years is far enough for all of us here on this day today. But the new strains are possible. And we really don't know what is happening in those labs, wherever they are, whether it is in any country. Who is looking at the compliance of those? And why the data is not coming out? Why Dr. Fauci from US had to cut away from his government standpoint and make his own channel of communication? That is a great example. Another thing that I really try to despise is one side of people says that this pandemic has taught all of us that the good old days of living, having home food and healthy living, healthy habits, and all such, so much of knowledge or gyan that has passed through last year in 2020. The other side says that, did we really need to go through this kind of a wretched virus to feel this? I don't think so. Greta Thunberg said, this is the Earth's way of healing. But did we really need to go through that? I don't agree with Greta. So there are these things that will always be there. But from a corporate perspective, as everybody here in the panel says that children are missing this, I must tell you, I am missing going to office, because the real productivity gain is there for the office. While sitting at home, I can do a lot of things that are my own choice. But from a working perspective, it is very important to be in office to feel the culture and to enhance it. That's what I feel.
Yes, CK also wants to add something on this comment. Yes, CK.
Yes, Satish, I fully agree with you. And when I was in Africa, we had limited transportation. I mean, we had to keep our own cars and drivers, and many times you had to work from your apartments. So, what I used to do is dress up in the morning, wear a suit, because you never know, when you will be called for a meeting, and continue working from your home till the time you are going out. So I think the whole point is that it's in your mind. So what is happening today is that 20 years back I was in an extraordinary situation where I had to dress up and feel like as if I'm working from an office although I'm at home. But right now everybody has to do that, and they have to learn this new way. And Kanchan mentioned about entertainment, joining birthday parties. I think there are enough facility available where you can do karaoke. In fact, many of my friends are celebrating using karaoke's and things like that. And Siddesh, you mentioned about office. There are virtual office products available today where you can actually create a virtual official environment. What is missing is for the children, because the school fraternity has not woken up to the reality. They are still going in the old way. I can show the teacher in front of the camera, 40 people will tune into that stream, and then they will do whatever they want. They can mute their camera, they can mute their microphone, etc. I think the innovation is waiting to happen. I'm sure somebody like Byju's will come up with a very advanced AI based learning system, and all of these schools will be out of the business very soon. So the whole evolution method is either you evolve or you perish. I think this is the biggest learning we have from this pandemic. We need to evolve with the changes because these changes are permanent. It is starting the gig economy. Next 21, 22, 23 will be the year of online workers. 50% of the workforce will be available online. There is no need to go to office. Google has already announced for 3 years they will not be calling their employees to office. So I think it's a reality in front of our own eyes. How can we deny it?
Yes, very well said, CK. But the thing is that we have lost something. The what we have lost is that we had been living in a it is like living a pattern of life which we are missing, and we are learning day by day, going through that pattern. I would like to summarize what we have discussed today. First is social distancing, which we are really doing online. We have should, as Ritu said, that we have some problems like students are not as disciplined as they are in an offline mode. Like Indra said, that social distancing has created a havoc in among children, and of course among parents also, because they don't have a free time for themselves. Because earlier children used to go out and they can manage their timetable accordingly. Like Sitesh said, that things were already there. There are some missing aspect of living life, like going to the office. But then CK said we can counter, we have everything available. So I think to summarize this discussion is that yes, pandemic will remain. The effect of pandemic will remain nearly for 3-4 years more, and we have to accustom with the change. And I think that change, whatever we have lost, I think there it should be converted into positive vibes, and we should evolve. This is a great time to evolve ourselves, evolve the way of we are living. And of course relationship also need a little evolution. So it was lovely talking to you, all of you. Thanks for joining on this important discussion. Till next time we
Thank you.
meet. Bye bye.